Alright, I have started recording, so what the plan is, everybody, is I'm going to record this entire session. We're going to upload it to YouTube, right? And then I will make the raw footage public as well, in case you just want to watch the strats without me talking and pausing every now and then. But yeah, so basically, it's a 5-hour and 16-minute video. Every star in Super Mario Star Road, every Bowser level, and some castle movement that I felt was necessary, and mostly everything has all 3 levels of difficulty: beginner, intermediate, and expert. And after we go through everything, I am also going to be talking about some category routes. Unfortunately, I did not get that many 130-star routes. Like, a good amount of 80-star routes, but 130, there's really not much wiggle room. I mean, there is some wiggle room. You can do it whatever order you want, but what I'm mainly going to do is make sure to provide you guys with the information of how many stars you need to go in certain levels and where you can get certain cap switches, so you guys can use your own creativity to, you know, form your own routes too. So yeah, I'm just going to get into it, man. Let's just get into it. Alright, I'm going to have to really change my webcam size here, but alright. Give me 1 second, but yeah. Sorry, I'm missing chat right now. Thank you, Seabass, by the way. If there's more than one way to do the hard star in Chuckya Harbor, yes. But yeah. I'm gonna make sure chat is nice, and you guys are gonna be nice and big for everyone to see in the video. So I hope you guys are all thrilled. Alright. Alright, let's get rid of that. But yeah, you know, people on watching the YouTube video right now, you can just skip ahead. You know, I'm just gonna record this. I'm probably not gonna edit it or anything. We're just gonna be chilling here, but we'll get started in a second. Alright, chat, I'm gonna need you guys to type something. Oh wait, never mind, it's not necessary. Alright, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so again, here we go. I'm gonna start it, and I'm just gonna, you know, I don't have much else to say other than let's go. It's a long video, so. Alright, so we're starting with the beginner movement to get to MMT. You know, if the quality seems a bit low, it's because I needed to make it low for it to export out of my video editor. Look at all this dust, yeah. So yeah, pretty simple so far. It's a pretty long video, so, you know, we're just gonna have to, is the audio good, by the way? Because I can make it louder. Alright, so yeah, pretty simple movement to get to MMT, but now I'm kind of getting into a little intermediate movement here. Just a little easy does it, get up onto the castle. Yes. And the reason I included this movement, and I think it's a really important part of at least 130-star runs, knowing how to get up onto this roof in general is very important. Because there's a toad up here, so. But yeah, you'll definitely notice a difference between the 3 skill levels. Like, I definitely tried to emulate. I tried to emulate all the skill levels. It was pretty difficult. You'll see sometimes, so like some goofy stuff happens where I just like do something that a beginner shouldn't be capable of on accident. But yeah. You probably notice if you're used to watching my attempts of 130 that this route is a lot different than what we normally do. But because you're not doing the BLJ as a beginner, so kind of just cruising around the level. We're kind of starting off a little slow with the tutorial, but it's all good. So yeah, what I really like about, you know, what I did here is a lot of the movement for beginner is just, I try and keep it to mostly long jumps, because everyone can do a long jump, right? Like, I've noticed with a lot of beginners, they love the long jump. Even intermediate players love the long jump a lot. But yeah, reminder, just because I'm doing, like, you see something in the video does not mean you have to do the star like this. You can kind of use your own creativity to, you know, do your thing. I feel like maybe you should have kept the star counter at 0. With the practice ROM I was using, it was easier to have all 130 stars because it just made everything more convenient to record. But no, I agree with you. I thought about that, but with the way the practice ROM works, I wanted to have every star unlocked, so it'd be easy for me to just like do every star. Because like if I make a mistake, you know, and I have to go back and re-record something, and yeah. But I thought about it. Please redo it. Yeah. I will give a notice that there's definitely going to be like issues with this tutorial. Like that's one of them. But I think the important thing is that we have a tutorial. Like there is a tutorial that exists, and there's gonna be flaws, and I'm guarantee you in the comment section, someone's chatting right now being like, actually, this tutorial does not consist of this, this, and that. And it's like, yeah, I know. You know? I just tried to get this done as quickly as possible within like a frame of a few days. To, like I said, I had 351 clips. And I had to get those all into a video editor and export it. And I had so many issues with my computer and whatnot, and file space, so it was a big headache to get this done. So I'm just happy it's done. Man, really not anything notable too far. All right, I'm gonna pause the video here. So I want you guys to make note of this setup. We're BLJing. You BLJ on the outside of the mushroom house, and you have to BLJ on the inside. So you have to practice how you time A. And also, my visual setup here is kind of just muscle memory. But if you kind of just memorize this, you know, camera setup, you can get this BLJ angle. There's some leniency too. As long as you get the BLJ, you can usually land on the mushroom anyways. And you can see that I slid off the back there, which is really fast, but you really just have to land on the mushroom and you save time. That's all you really have to do. What's up, homie? But yeah, again, the reason this video is so long is we have different difficulties for each star, so the tutorial's gonna start off a little bit boring, especially with a star like this, because there's really not much to talk about. But coming up, especially Gloomy Garden, there's gonna be a lot to talk about, especially with red coins. Alright, so now we get to the Koopa race. So the Koopa race, even for a beginner, the Koopa race isn't that intimidating. So yeah, so the expert clips have mistakes. There's mistakes in the expert clips, and I said, you know what, I'm just trying to get this done. If I make mistakes, it's okay. For the most part, my gameplay for the tutorial is pretty clean, but there's gonna be mistakes. Like, that's a mistake right there. But this is beginner. So, like, my mindset, especially for beginner, was you're going to make mistakes as a beginner, and I think it's good that I make mistakes to show you guys that you can make mistakes, for example, in this Koopa race, and you could still beat the Koopa. It's really not that much pressure. Like, my movement here is pretty basic. You have a lot of time. And here you want to make sure you don't... It's just easiest to run here, because that wind is going to push you off if you try and long jump. Yeah. And I like to get rid of this Chuckya because you don't want any Chuckya shenanigans. To 2013, 2014... Dude, I didn't start streaming until 2015. Late 2015. 2013, 2014, just discovered what Twitch was. And you also know, like, the movement to get the star is pretty basic, too.
Here we go!
But yeah, honestly, a lot of the stream, guys, is just we're just gonna be chilling here, just watching this. And you have a question for this star for expert when you climb up the slope to the flagpole? Okay, I'll please ask it when we get there, and I can pause the video and we can talk through it. I think this will be good for me too, because like a lot of this stuff for me is muscle memory, so I think it's good for me to elaborate on some stuff to, you know, make it more clear for myself, too. Oh, we're going up the slope right now. So yeah, I'm able to tell when looking at this where the slope is climbable and where you'll slide off. So basically, you want to make sure you're not too far to the left. And when we see it again, expert, we'll pause and take a look. And I'm sure, as you guys know, there is always a chance that this Koopa gets stuck on the slope at the bottom, and you have to reset. I will show that happening in this after the expert clip. So, thanks, Andrew. So yeah. Again, you'll notice for the three different difficulties, the difference in movement. Except that was really bad for expert raw. Does Koopa run faster if you complete the race faster? I think so, yeah. But the problem is, like, let's say in Koopa Canyon, for example, the desert level, if you finish the race too fast, I've had it happen one time where the Koopa got stuck. Alright. So what's your question, Teddy? I can kind of walk you through this here. Alright, so this part of the slope is good, right? This triangle here, you can see my mouse, right? This is good. You can dive on this. I'm assuming this is your question. And right here, this line separates the good slope from the bad slope, so you do not want to dive anywhere on this left side or you'll fall. So I'm assuming that's what your question's gonna be, but yeah. So you want to stay more to the right side. It's really hard to tell with the human eye, but there is a little change in slope. You can see like a little line that separates the two slopes. So as long as you stay further to the right, and if you do some practice, and I know practice is boring, and I'm lazy, I don't like to practice, but if you do some practice, you can do enough practice to memorize where that line is to make sure you don't slide off. But yeah, you're basically looking for the two triangles that are you can roll out off of. So yeah, for this race, I'm about to show you what happens when you finish the race. So we're just, I don't know why it says intermediate. Just this entire tutorial is pretty scuffed, so just bear with it. I finished this race really fast, and he happened to get stuck, right? And I believe this happens. I feel like it's random, to be honest. But it could happen because you finished the race too fast. I really don't know. How many times are you going to mention the P word? It was the P word. PP? I think like a 138 or a 139 CB. Probably. Oh, practice. Okay, so here I'm demonstrating. This is a really easy way to get on the roof, especially that backflip there. I think is something not a lot of people do that I see. This is a lot slower compared to the way you're about to see to get this Toad Star. But yeah. There is a lot of leeway with this cannon shot, by the way, so as long as you're not, even if you're way too high, a little bit too high, you'll bonk and you'll still be fine. So, because I had all 130 stars, no Toad stars or MIPS stars are going to spawn, but you guys get the idea. A Toad is supposed to give you a star there, okay? It's okay. This tutorial is really scuffed, but it's good enough. Now, this is a lot faster of a way to get to the cannon, but compared to the beginner method, but it's a little bit slower than the expert method, but some people might be comfortable doing that. So yeah, I'm actually gonna I wanna point something out here actually. So a general visual cue for this cannon shot is you want the bottom arrow to be either lined up with the top of this little opening, or you want it to be like kind of right above it. And this is the reason this is optimal is you'll see Mario will land right on this roof, and it's super fast because you can instantly stand up. Whereas if you go too high and you bonk, you lose like a second or two to bonking. So. Just a really minor detail that those who are looking to get really good at this game, you know, it's a really minor detail I want to point out. Very small time save, but the small time saves add up. Yeah, you can punch cancel if you're that wild. So you can see how quickly I did that cannon shot, because I knew I knew I had the line up, so I instantly just shot. Alright, so we're getting into course 1, finally. It's time for our good old friend Robert. Actually, give me a second, guys. The game audio sounds a little bit quiet to me, so I'm gonna turn it up. Give me a moment. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. Robert. So yeah, if you're a beginner, just take your time here. Like, there's no need to rush. Like, people, I feel like this is a really intimidating section for some beginners, and I think people overthink it. You're really just doing... Like, this beginner route, I try to make it simple and do long jumps and single jumps. And a lot of stars in this game, you can just do long jumps and single jumps, which are really, really simple, and you can get most stars without that much trouble. Yeah, and I got grabbed here. That actually wasn't on purpose, but, you know, for those that don't know, you need to wiggle the stick, and I think you just need to wiggle the stick, but I think you might also need to spam a button, like the jump button, to get out of that throw. This King Bob-Omb can throw you off the edge, and you can lose a lot of time, so you just want to be careful. This is King Bob-Omb, and I call him King Robert instead of King Bob. But yeah, I'm sure many of you guys know this King Bob-Omb takes 4 throws and not 3, unlike Bob-Omb Battlefield. So, yeah. Also, ignore the timer on the top right. Sometimes it's just completely messed up. So we got a little skip there. Not as fast as the expert method, but still pretty fast. You'd be surprised how much distance, like, this King Bob-Omb should join the shot put Olympics competition. Like, he can probably get the gold medal. This dude can just throw Mario for miles. But yeah, I think another thing I want to point out, I'm sure you guys have noticed, is I have an input display down here, so if there's anything that you're confused about, you can always go back and watch this and look at my inputs in the bottom left. I think I have inputs on every clip except for, like, the very first 3. And yes, I do have B and A swapped, because, like, you'll notice when I jump, I press the B button, and when I dive, I press the A button, because at the time of learning Mario, I was used to using a GameCube controller, so, yeah. For those that might be confused about that. I get questions about that sometimes. Okay. Yeah, King Bob-Omb falls fast. Alright, now we get to the 100 coins, where this is where things start getting a little spicy. So yeah, very simple to get up here with the tree. I think most beginners should be able to do that. But yeah, we're just gonna go on a, this is where the tutorial is a little bit tedious. This is probably my least favorite part about making the tutorial, was having to do some of these long 100 coin stars and do them on beginner. Because on beginner, it's just you have to go really slow. Yeah. But it was nice to kind of stroll through these levels without worrying about being really fast. See, again, I'm just doing a lot of single jumps, a lot of simple movement. I think I see a lot of beginners get overwhelmed with... Yeah, so star order does matter because some stuff is star specific. In this level, the only... Actually, I should pull up... Thank you for pointing that out. I gotta pull out my word pad here. So, I will point out when star order matters. So, Gloomy Garden, for example, the star order matters a lot. For the most part. This level, the only time star order matters is you want to make sure you do King Bob-Omb first because it's star 1. Other than that, you can do any star at any time. You're gonna see for this star, but there is a Bob-Omb that opens a cannon, so you have to do reds and 100s before the cannon star. Because unless you open the cannon on earlier for some reason, it's really up to you. But yeah, you're gonna see in a bit here that we open the cannon. But yeah, I'm gonna make sure I pull up my my notes here. So yeah, I usually watch a little cannon cutscene. That long jump, I'm gonna call myself out here. I think this is not a good strat for a beginner. I don't think you should do this. I think you should drop down to this land here and find a more safe method to get to this red coin. I don't recommend doing this long jump. Again, this is a situation, like I said before, that I kind of forgot what I was doing, and I did like a really hard strat. What's up, Raven? Again, another piece of movement I think is really easy for beginners is backflips. So I try to implement that into this tutorial too. So yeah, do not feel bad about taking your time on this section, because if you fall here, it's quite a bit of time loss. So yeah, it wasn't that exciting. A 2.5 minute 100 coin stack. Oh, you guys are about to see something just amazing. You guys ready for this? So, yeah, I fell here. I fell there, and I decided, you know what? I just was right in front of the red coin star. I'm not gonna grab it. I'm not gonna redo the video. But here's the thing. Here is the silver lining. That shows how easy it is to fall there, especially for beginners. So you want to be careful. Don't do that. Don't fall there. Take your time, turn the camera, and make sure you look where you're jumping, because you can easily fall there and lose a lot of time. So, like I said, me making mistakes in this tutorial, while it seems like, oh my gosh, everything should be perfect, no, I think actually me making mistakes in this tutorial is a good thing sometimes, because it shows how to recover from mistakes, and it shows what mistakes can happen. And I think that's one of the most difficult parts of speedrunning, is no one really has, like, everyone has to figure out on their own how to recover from mistakes and what mistakes to watch out for, so I think it's good that we include that. Or, you know, I'm just selling you guys a load of BS and I'm just lazy. That's also true. But I am a ruthless businessman, as they say, of Twitch. So I'm here to sell you a bag of goods. Now, one thing I did quite a bit in the beginner, or this is intermediate, but like, I know side flipping is not the easiest thing in the world. So, yeah, I do a lot of side flipping, and it just comes naturally to me personally. But yeah, like I said, just because I'm doing something in this tutorial doesn't mean you should be expected to do it based on what your skill level is, so. Dude, my voice is gonna be dead by the end of this. Like, there are gonna be some stars where I'm just, like, reading chat and not talking. I really should explain some strats coming up here. Some stars have a lot of nuance and, you know, I would say hidden difficulty to it. Exactly, Raven. Exactly. I don't believe I fall here. See how I turn the camera there? The intermediate player can afford to turn the camera there and take that half a second to second time loss. Alright, now we get to the expert. That movement there is really hard to get that wall kick. You have to get like you can't get a firstie, I think. You also can't get like you need like a second frame. I think you get a firstie actually, I don't know. But if you get like a fourth frame wall kick, you're not going to get that ledge grab. That side flip is really hard. You can easily just run off the edge and not get a side flip at all, so yeah. We're gonna start getting to some really interesting situations here. I will say, if you do miss any blue coins here, there is a row of 5 in that tunnel we just passed. If you need extra coins, you can use this pull for some backup coins. So I know this is expert, but I think I did miss a coin somewhere, so yeah, that Bob-Omb is a potential backup coin too. There's a lot of Goombas around. There's a row of 5 under the cannon Bob-Omb. There's a lot of backup coins. So throughout this tutorial, I'm going to try and point out to you guys where you can get backup coins too, because that's also something people typically have to figure out. But yeah, this level has a lot of pulls. A lot of potential backup coins. Because, like, if you're a beginner, getting all those blue coins is, you know, oh my goodness, yeah, I remember this. I just said screw it, I'm going to keep going. I'm getting destroyed by all these bubbles. I don't know how to make tasses, so no. I have no interest in doing that. Tomato Bird had made it like an ideal run, like a segmented ideal run, I believe. Yeah, I have no. I would love to watch a task of Star Road, but yeah, I have no idea how to like make tasses or anything like that. All I know how to do is move Mario myself. So. Enjoy early PBs and have fun. Yeah, if you're a beginner, like don't worry about playing well. I think a lot of us speedrunners are pretty obsessive with playing super well and not making mistakes and being ahead, but alright, so this is where you're gonna be confused because you're like, wait a minute, hold on a second, how do you have the Vanish Cap unlocked if you haven't gone to Gloomy Garden yet? Because as you know, or probably know, Gloomy Garden and consists of the Vanish Cap stage. So here's my explanation. If you cannot do if the bomb clip for this star is that hard, you can reroute the game to go to Gloomy Garden early. You need 8 stars to access Gloomy Garden. And you can come back to this level with the Vanish Cap. If you really struggle with this bomb clip, I think this setup is really pretty easy, but yeah, I figured for some stars that are cap intended, I would include it for the beginner, just in case. So yeah, again, I know it's a pain in the ass, but it does require you to have a little bit of creativity of coming up with your own routes. But I feel like as long as I give you the star requirements and where caps are, you should. I really don't think this bomb clip is that hard though, and if you fail it, you can get a different star. So I try to do that bomb clip star really early in the stage, typically right after hundreds. That way, if you miss it, you can go to this cannon. All right, so you want, yeah. So I'm gonna go back a little bit here. This setup, you want the bottom arrow of the cannon to be lined up with the top right of this cloud. That's perfect. You can go a little bit higher and get away with it. You can go a little low and get away with it. But this is a really ideal position. That's where you want to be. Like there are some visual cues in this game that take time to memorize. So for the intermediate here, I'm gonna show off a different strat you could do for this if you don't feel comfortable. You can actually aim for the top of this mast and bonk into it. So yeah, and you'll stay up. So if you want to do it that way, for whatever reason, you can do it that way too. And then expert is just, yeah, when you've done the star enough times, you can just line this up extremely quickly. And I was a little bit higher. That was a bit of a higher cannon shot than the beginner, but yeah. Still, there's some leeway. Yeah, you could clip into Gloomy Garden if you're only if you're on version 1.01 though. Oh, I forgot to mention that, guys. For every single category in this game, I highly recommend to play on version 1.01 of Star Road. Highly recommend. Unless you're going for world record in 20 star, then play on 1.0 because the Gloomy Garden door doesn't have the star cutscene. But overall, for every category, you should play 1.01. Alright, so this is a little faster than beginner. We're not doing the mountain clip quite yet. I'm just showing a little backup strat you can also do. This is a backup strat if you miss the clip into the mountain. Still pretty fast. And here's the mountain clip. So I'm gonna have to try and explain how to do this. So you want to make sure you keep holding forward here because I'm gonna show you. You can if you're too far back, you can short this and fall in the water and clip through this little area right here. So you want to make sure you keep holding forward, and you can just long jump straight to the box there. But I'm gonna try and explain this. So you basically, you'll notice I kind of hold back a little bit. You want to make sure you roll out. If you're too low, you're not going to clip. If you're too high, you're not want to clip. You kind of want to get where these two lines intersect. You want to get in this corner area, and you want to make sure you kind of roll out into the middle of this. I'm a little bit high there, but it still worked. Like that. So yeah. Strats, don't worry, strats like those take some practice. It doesn't save, it saves only a couple seconds, it doesn't save that much time. So don't worry. As the great Blue Bob once said, strats save seconds and movement saves minutes, so yeah, for the beginner route here, I'm just ground pounding each rock as intended, because You're about to see you can get every secret without having to ground pound the rocks, but this is just the easiest way to do it. Oh, my voice, dude. So I'm gonna point something out. On every rock, there's a little white spot here, and usually, if you're not, like, too far away from it, if you go towards this white spot on every rock, you'll see it over here too. That's where the secret is. That's why you can clip in. See how I'm on this white spot? That's how I'm able to get that secret. Same here. I'm over the white spot. I get the secret. Same there. This one's a little bit weird, though. It's more on the right side. You can definitely miss. The last one I miss really often. So, yeah. Now we're about to see it done, like, very quickly. There is a bit of leeway. You don't have to be exactly over the white spot on the rocks, but yeah. Alright, I think we are out of this level, guys. It's time for Gloomy Garden. Alright, here we go. This is where things get a little bit interesting for beginners, because I feel like this is the gateway, or the gatekeeper, if you call it that level. A lot of people give up on learning running this game because of this level. So, what I'm going to try to do here is we're going to try and keep it as simple as possible to do this level. But yeah, this level is definitely intimidating for some people. But this star's pretty straightforward, in my opinion. So there's a strat where you can kick the boo into one of these walls, similar to BBH in Mario 64, and have it instantly die. But it doesn't save that much time, and it's pretty difficult to do. I don't do it here. Alright, here we go. So, beginner, we're just taking our time on this star. Completely taking our time. Going all the way around. Because there's a strat coming up that's pretty hard. Yeah, again, I'm just doing double jumps and doing single jumps. Really, movement anyone should be able to do. Alright, so we have this set up here. So what I try and do, when I usually try and turn the camera 3 times here. You'll see my control stick down here. Hit it. Well, for intermediate it's a bit different because I'm just lining up the angle slowly, but yeah, as long as you have a wall kick angle, and you want to make sure you press the second A press for the second wall kick. You want to do it really fast because it's a tight margin. So yeah, if you turn the camera about 3 or 4 times, 3 times is usually good. That wall kick angle is pretty, the wall kick angle is pretty easy. I mean, not easy. It's not as bad as it looks. But it is scary because you'll see you wall kick here, and then immediately I'm wall kicking again. So a lot of people die here because of how quick this is. So you just have to practice this a lot and time this. You also want to be neutral. I think you want to be neutral on the control stick. Let me double check. Because I've seen a lot of runners die here to, like, not... I'm gonna watch my control stick here. I can't tell if I was holding down or holding neutral. I think you hold down there, but... I mean, of all people, I should know. But yeah, a lot of people will wall kick off that first wall and go under the whatever you call it, the plank path, and, like, just die. So you just want to make sure you don't want to jump too far away from the wall. Alright, this star is really difficult because this is insta-death quicksand under all these lights. So, at first, yeah, feel free to just take your time like this. Just do single jumps. The star is going to be a lot easier to see when you're actually running it because it's going to be yellow, not blue. Star is not that bad. So I want to point out, for intermediate, I'm doing just the long jumps to get over here. And I feel like that's the easiest method. I think Dackage still does that too. I don't know if it's any slower than what I do and what I show an expert, but yeah. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to point out here, the movement I do here is just dive rollouts. I don't know if it's any faster or slower. It's about the same, I would imagine. It's just whatever you feel comfortable with. That little kick I do there is really important to, like, get the right distancing. Right out of the pipe. Alright. We're almost to the star everyone struggles with. I'm really excited about what's to come here. So yeah, some of these side flips might be a little difficult for a beginner. Just a heads up. So, for the beginner, red coins, I know some of you guys aren't gonna like this, but yes, for the beginner clip, I rode the elevator throughout the whole level. And I only got red coins. No hundreds. And then, as a beginner, you'll get hundreds before you go into Vanish Cap. And I had to come up with a new 100 coin route for it, but I managed to come up with something that I think is really good. So yeah, we're about to sit here and enjoy the ride, because for beginner, if you're doing 130 star at least, and even 80 star if you want to get every star in this level, a backflip is good here, by the way. Okay, you want to make sure when you double jump here that I'm gonna point something out. Look how far away I am from the wall, right? This is really, really important. So many people, including myself, will die and fall here because if you're too close to this wall, Mario's gonna get what we call corner physics and just slide down. So you want to make sure you're as far away from the wall as possible. So yeah, I'm gonna go 2x speed here because this is pretty boring. We're just gonna be chilling here, watching an elevator ride, but it's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. As you can tell, I was bored, so I'm just sitting. I'm just punching. During like this tutorial, I was watching like videos and streams and stuff. I just didn't have this audio on my OBS recording, so don't not do that backflip. But yeah, I think that the scariest part about the star is if you miss a red coin, like, you want to make sure you don't miss any reds. Especially this one. Because you'll have to do the entire elevator ride again. Now, if you're thinking, streamer, I am a skilled speedrunner, I would never ever resort to doing red coins alone like this. This is lame. This is the intended route. Oh, but I have a juicy strat coming. The big bad wolf of Star Road, the absolute motivation killer for every single runner in the game. I am happy to tell you guys I have successfully found a method to do this long jump consistently. Now, before we get to that though, even getting up here, so this is going to be difficult to explain, but you basically, when you're doing this double jump, you want Mario to be facing slightly to the right. That is ideal. You want Mario to be facing slightly to the right. If Mario is facing it all to the left, like an angle to the left, he will not ledge grab, he will die. So you want to make sure, you notice how I have a very slight right angle here? This is important. Now I'm going to double jump. So we're looking to ledge grab this second ledge here. And yeah, this is right where you want to ledge grab. There's a bit of lenience, but if you're too far to the left, you're just going to fall. If you're too far to the right, you're going to slide down the end of this. So you want to just try and line this up. Again, this is really difficult for a beginner. And unfortunately, the red coin star does not have this carpet down here. So it's difficult to access this wooden area. Alright, so you need these 2 coins. Okay, here we go. Now, the basic setup that you want is you want the corner of this wooden plank to be lined up with the left side of this little hole here. That is the angle you want. Now, I be sure on the intermediate difficulty here to line this up very slowly to show everyone. Now, it's a little bit off, but it's pretty close, right? So I want you to pay attention to what my control stick does, and I'll play this a few times. What my control stick does during this, I basically tried to hold up for as long as possible. And the reason for that is, and the reason so many people die on this red coin, for those reds in the hundreds, is because people they either long jump too early, and so all you have to do is, you can start from a standstill and just walk towards this edge. But you can see how late I'm long jumping here. Like, this is extremely hard, right? I'm long jumping at the very, very edge. And you don't have to. You can long jump a little bit earlier and be fine. But the thing is, a lot of people will see how far to the left this red is, and they'll hold left for way too long. All you have to do is barely hold up left enough to grab that coin, and as soon as you grab it, you want to hold up right to get back here. Yeah, it's definitely difficult, but I think that setup is the easiest. Yeah, I'm gonna have no voice. The easiest way to do that setup is to I'll explain what I just did there in the expert route. It's fine. But yeah, the setup there I think is the most consistent. So yeah, just pretty straightforward blues. You want to be careful of ground pounding that book. It's really easy to let that book fly off. There are some backup coins you can get for this star though, and I'll point some out in a second here. So yeah, it's really easy to get stuck on this fence, so you want to just be careful. So there's some backup coins to the left of this pillar here on the ground. There's also backup 5 coins above where Mario is, in case you miss any blue coins. How do you get to the red coin off the blue coin switch without the elevator? I'll explain it in the expert route, because I was too busy talking about the long jump. But I'll explain that. So yeah, if you notice, we only have 91 coins, so we need to get one of the Goombas. Usually I like to go for this Goomba, but sometimes it's inside the grave, so whatever Goombas you feel like, whatever Goomba you feel like getting, that's most efficient, you know. And again, I want to point out, in this level, you want to make sure you do the stars in order. The order that this tutorial is doing, you should do the stars in that order. Because, like for example, you have to do King Boo first, because like, the platform to do Star 2 does not spawn until you get Star 1. So yeah, little things like that. Alright, now the juicy... It was hard, Asmith. You'll see different points of the run where I just, like... do something too well. So same angle setup, but I just do it really, really fast because I have a lot of practice with the strut. Again, I'm being sure to stay away from the wall. Alright, let's explain what's happening here. Now, if you watch my speedruns, you've seen me fail this a lot. But you see where Mario's wall kicking? This little square of stone, if you want to call it that, this is where you want to wall kick. This is the sweet spot. So, if you can just kind of memorize, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the 5th square up, okay? 5 rows up, this is where you want to wall kick, exactly there. Now, anything but a firstie is good here. And you also want to hold, you can see I'm holding upright. It's a little hard to see. But I'm holding upright, and you barely get enough height to grab this coin. It's really easy to hit the ceiling if you get like a firstie, or if you wall kick too high or too low. So this red coin's pretty tough, but with enough practice you can get it down. You can either slide kick or ground pound that book, whatever you want to do. We'll get to that AFK. Be wary of that long jump, by the way. It's really easy to not make it. Just be ready to ledge grab up. But thank you for the questions, Teddy. I don't know where, like, Maths Vlog was trying to learn this game too. I don't know where Maths Vlog is. But he definitely had some questions too on, like, certain things. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk too much about the expert routes because, like, there's really not that much. I mean, there's some stuff to explain. Okay, like, this triple jump here is really difficult. I think this triple jump is one of the biggest reasons. Another big reason I don't have beginners doing this route is because it's really easy to overshoot this and slide off. So, let's say you do start butt sliding. It's really easy to jump and then wall kick to back up, just in case. You want to make sure you're holding a bit up left here, and just, there's no too far left. Like, you want to hold a hard left/up left line on this elevator. But just be ready to, if you don't make it up there, just be ready to, like, back it up once you fall. Please, yeah, please ask any question you have, please ask. Because now is the time. Alright, so unfortunately this eyeball star is based on luck, whether he turns clockwise or counterclockwise. So for the beginner, just very basic. You'll see I'm just waiting for the star to spawn before I drop. Because it's really easy to, if you run into the eyeball, you're dead. Yeah, pretty simple. This is gonna look really fast for intermediate, but it's all good. So you can either do this, you can drop down and fall into the star as it spawns, or you'll see what I'm about to do on the expert mode here. You can drop down early and then ground pound. Whatever you want to do. I prefer this because it's easier to time the eyeball. Alright, before I get to this, I just want to point out the eyeball can turn the other way, and you have to just take extra time to make sure to get the eyeball to look at you, to lock eyes with you. And yeah, you want to be careful. The eyeball can shoot at you if you're standing still for too long, so just be careful. Now, because we did red coins alone from the beginner route, we are going to be doing hundreds by themselves, and then we're going to hop into Vanish Cap. I figured this was the best way to do this, because we're going to end up close to the Vanish Cap entrance. So yeah, unfortunately there's not a lot of leniency. Like, there's some backup coins, but a lot of this route uses some of the backup coins I talked about earlier. What's up, orange soda? Yeah, so beginner route, I have you going around this fence. I think trying to get over that fence can be really tricky. Feel free to get one boo at a time. I know it's difficult to get all three. Also, I want to point something out. For this star, I selected star 2, and the reason I selected star 2 is for that red carpet in the beginning to spawn. You want to select at least star 2, 3, or 4, I believe. If you select any of them, you're fine. But you do not want to do, if you're a beginner, you do not want to do hundreds on the red coin star if you do reds by themselves, because you want that beginning carpet to spawn. Which is why I specifically went to star 2. Alright, so, if you're confident you can do the triple jump wall kick there, I ignored this book because it's really scary. I think I also ignored this boo. Yeah, that's another extra. There's 10 more coins you can get just in case. So yeah, this backflip here is pretty simple. Now, this is going to be the most difficult part as a beginner, and if you want to do this blue coin switch early, you can reroute this star to do this right away. It's up to you. But yeah, this blue coin switch is pretty tight. I tried to make it pretty simple though, of just long jumps. And then you want to make sure you get this book increases in height as it goes towards Mara, so you want to get to the book as soon as possible. Dang, the more I do this, the more I realize, like, there's just so much knowledge I have that is just, like, natural to me that I didn't realize, like, you know. So yeah, because we have every other star on the level, we're gonna go right to Vanish Cap as a beginner. Now, because I'm just on a full file, I already have the switch unlocked, but Yeah, we're just gonna pretend like I hit the switch there, unlock the Vanish Cap. So unfortunately, as a beginner, you're likely gonna run out of your Vanish Cap before you can get through. So this is where Secret 1 is. So normally you're supposed to hit a switch that spawns spotlights where it shows you where these secrets are. But yeah, you can see me running around looking for the Vanish Cap box, because I actually didn't know where the Vanish Cap box was in this level. I was just looking for it. So I was truly a beginner in this moment. But yeah, if you want, there's a switch in where the secret star spawns that you can press to get the spotlights to spawn and show you where the secrets are, or you can just memorize where they are. The thing is, I never have to use that Vanish Cap box in the first room, so I just didn't know where it was. There's gonna be some goofy moments in this tutorial, guys. Just wait. There's so much more goofiness to come of like weird mistakes that I left in, just weird situations. Do not take your time getting the star. This Chuckya will grab you. Just make sure you grab it right away. And again, because we did hundreds of threads with intermediate and expert, all you gotta do is just... You already got hundreds done, just have the Vanish Cap. Pretty simple. Now, the trickiest part about this movement is it's hard to tell how far to go before turning left, and I can explain a little bit on the next clip what to do there. Beware, you can bounce off of Goombas and Boos while on Vanish Cap, so just be careful. Alright, so the biggest thing to be wary of here is take your time on your long jumps and just watch out for the Chuckya. Alright, so you're gonna see me do a little kick out of this pipe. I'm gonna kick. And that little kick seems insignificant, but you can see I'm perfectly lined up now with just 2 dive rollouts. So... I usually like to ledge grab this switch, by the way, and instantly let go of it. It's a pretty fast way to hit the switch. Oh my goodness. That scared me. Thank you, Inkstar, for the raid. Holy moly. Welcome, everybody. Was that alert loud, guys? Should I turn it down? Yeah, hold on. Let me turn it down. Give me 1 second. Turn the volume down a little bit. Yeah, whatever you want to do, Inkstar. Okay, so thanks for the raid, man, though. So welcome everyone. We're doing I'm showing off my 5-hour video of a 130 star tutorial. Well, every star in the game. This applies to 80 star too, but there is a MIPS there. You want to make sure you get there quickly. So even as a beginner, it can be tricky to get to that MIPS in time. Hello? This is one exception where I only have 2 difficulties because the movement to get here for intermediate and expert's pretty similar. So a lot of long jumps, a lot of jump dives. Yeah. Now you can do Piranha Plant Pond early if you want, in either 130 or 80. Like in 80 we do, but in 130 you can do it early if you want. The reason we do it late is because MIPS is right here. You know. Alright, so this is gonna be a bit, let's see. Oh, this starts pretty straightforward. So the thing is, the reason we do MMT first, the Mushroom Town, is because the Koopa can crash. So in 130 star rush, it's best to do that star early. But you really can just do this. You can do whatever route you want as long as you're fulfilling the star requirements. Like I said, after this run, I'm going to go through possible 130 star and 80 star routes, especially for beginners. So I think that's one of the biggest things people ask me about is what route should I use, you know. And I will explain that later. I'll also explain a little bit of it. I'll explain a little bit of it during the run too. Specifically with the Metal Cap star here. Yeah, unfortunately the in-game timer is always like just I couldn't get it to like reset every time because I had like save states too I was using and whatnot, so it was weird. But you can do the math yourself. Alright, so this is gonna be a bit I don't know if I should have done this. So I feel like a beginner strat for the star is just using the Metal Cap, but that would require you to go to Chuckya Harbor early and before this level. So as long as you have 8 stars, you can go to Chuckya Harbor early, get the Metal Cap, and then do this star without doing this method. This is really hard. So yeah, I understand that this is really difficult, especially how slippery these slopes are. Typically, all you need is one, so you want to hold down A, you need usually one slope kick, but you can see how high up I am. As long as you keep slope kicking, and as soon as you get over here, just hold a hard left. And, yeah. See, again, if you want to get the metal, if you want to unlock the Metal Cap and do that star with the Metal Cap, because there's a switch underwater, feel free to do that. Again, it's really up to you. You don't have to do what I'm doing in my runs. See, a little faster way of doing that, you saw one slope kick, and I instantly ground pounded the box. Now, this strat is... I don't recommend doing this unless you're going for world record in 80 star or 20 star. This is what it's called, the C-up slide. Not the fastest way you can triple jump ground pound in that box, but I guess I'll explain how this works. So I'm in Mario Camp C-up, and you basically want to go into what I call sightseeing mode, where Mario stands still, and you can look around. You want to do it right when you're going on the slope. You can see me, I hit C-up, the C-up marker's here, and you go into a C-up slide, Mario gains a lot of speed, I speed kick right away, and I just double jump up here. Most people watching this video, you guys aren't worried about this strat, but just so you know how to do it, in case you ever want to go for world record, sure. Oh, really, Teddy? I actually did not think of that. Yeah, so you can also go on the other side and slide onto the floating island from the other side. You can technically triple jump dive, but it's really inconsistent too from that side. Now, this looks a little bit silly, but this long jump to get over to there is really hard. So if you want to push this block, you just have fire spitters to worry about. But yeah, I think for most players, this long jump is really not that bad. You can see how little speed I have, and I still make it. I will say, when you're long jumping to this platform, you want to stick on the left side. You can jump out of the water, land on the platform, but it's really, it can be really difficult, especially, like, let's say, for example, if I went too far to the right here, and I bonk, it's really, you can easily jump too close and get pushed down by this wall. So what I like to do is jump from here and hold, like an upright angle to get up there. So it is possible to jump out of the water, but ideally, you don't want to be in that situation at all. Alright, I don't know what I'm doing here. I just suck. So, we get to the Tower Stars. And as a beginner, there's no shame in just talking to this Bob-Omb, opening the cannon, because the Tower Stars are very infamous in this hack for being really, really hard. Very, very hard. So there's no shame. Maybe there's a little bit of shame. A little bit of shame, but it's okay. I'm using this cannon. What's important here is practicing this shot to know where to shoot. I know some runners are lazy and don't do that, but I will point out where I'm looking here. So, you want to be somewhere, this gray cloud here, you want to just be in the, you want the 4 markers to kind of be in the middle of it. So yeah, you're going to go up here, you're going to see dark blue, light, and then that's going to be your visual cue. And I want to point out, you do not want to move the cannon to the left or to the right at all, because you're gonna screw everything up. You just want to go straight up here. Just go straight up. Actually, I should point this out. Never mind. I did have to move the cannon. Okay. So, the only, like, I just knew where this platform was, but I guess a good visual cue is you see this arrow right here. It's kind of lined up with the corner of this pillar. That's kind of where you want to be, because the platform you want to land on is, like, right here. So as long as the tip of this red arrow is kind of at this corner of the building, you're pretty much good to go. Actually, this is live. This is so scuffed to do. I tell you, this tutorial is scuffed. Okay, never mind. You want this arrow to be the left side of this window. Left side of this window. That's a good. Thankfully, that's actually easier visual cue. So that is the right spot. I honestly just winged this when I was doing this, like last week when I was making these clips. But yeah. You just want to bonk and land. I think this is one of the hardest strats for most players when they start to play the game, so again, just use the cannon if you want to. So I like to hold the heart up right there, and you've got to be skilled with your jump kicks on slopes. I know it's really hard, but it is not possible. You'll bonk every time. I'm pretty sure you'll bonk every time. You can come be mad at me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Alright, this try you're about to see I don't recommend going for. The only people that do it are like me and Dackage. I think Space and TV maybe, Tomato Board maybe would go for it every once in a while, but that wall kick, yeah, it's really hard. So normally I would do star 6 last, but because I'm just doing the stars in the order I would do them in a run. Usually. So yeah, the owl is going to be, you have to select star 6 for the owl, and it's going to be in the tree next to the warp pipe. Alright, looks like I covered all my notes for this level, so I'm just going to kind of, I covered everything I need to cover in terms of like routes and stuff. Yeah, this is the intended way to get the stars, so. Again, a big point of this tutorial is to try and make it more accessible to beginners, and I think that's what I'm most, you know, happy about this tutorial. Is a lot of beginners stray away from this game because it's just too hard, but a lot of, I've come up with some good strats for making some of these stars easier, so. So the thing is, with this star, Teddy, none of the stars are star specific. You can do any order you want. Any order you want. I recommend if it really is hard to remember, just make a Word document or a WordPad document, notepad, and write what levels are star specific and stuff. This level is not star specific at all. You can do anything at any time. Should I even explain this? I'm not even gonna explain the setup for that wall kick because I don't even understand it myself, to be honest. Oh, the owl. No, you're right. My bad. Yeah, so for the owl, you have to do it on star 6, I'm pretty sure. So you have to do it after reds and hundreds. Thank you for pointing that out. That's a good point. Alright, so these slopes are really, really slippery, so it's going to take some getting used to trying to climb up them. Ideally, you want to jump out of the water over the slope and land on the flat part, because it's really hard to just, you know, not slide down those slopes, which is why on the first red coin I jumped on the bridge instead of the slope area, because it's just, these slopes are really weird. You'll see me go to the left here too, because you can see how slippery those slopes are. Yeah, I'm struggling, I can't get out, oh my gosh, I can't get out, and then I jump out of the water, look at that, see? See, I'm glad we have a little bit of representation of mistakes in this run, because that is a very, very common mistake in this level, is not being able to get out of the water. Alright, this red coin's a little bit tough, so just expect it to be awkward, because it's always awkward. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so I understand that, again, this slope is really, it's gonna be really scary. So you can go all the way around if you want and come up the slow way to get up here. Again, I want to point out, like those blue coins, for example, if you miss one, I highly recommend, if you're really serious about running this game, you need to invest your own time into looking for, like, exploring levels and locating where good backup coins are. Because I think one of the most common, like, meltdowns I see runners have of any speed game is when they don't know how to back something up. Like, something happens, they're like, oh no, what do I do? What do I do, right? I don't know where to get coins. I missed 2 blues, and where do I get coins? No, right? So I just want to emphasize that. Make sure, like, you're prepared and you know where to get backup coins. Like I said, I'm going to point out some areas in this run where to get backup coins, but yeah. It's on you, as the runner, it is on you to remember where to get backup coins. Yeah, talking this much is already taking a toll on my voice, so I'm gonna take a break to get some water, probably by the end of Overworld 1. Yeah, I recommend, by the way, for this trade, just take your time, don't rush it. That red coin is just really hard to get fast. So yeah, a little mistake there, just showing you can make a mistake on these blues and still make it in time. Again, the funny thing is, like, none of these mistakes are intentional, but I left them in. I didn't re-record because I think they're good representations of, like, backups. Alright, well, what do we have next? We have the expert. So the expert route for this star has, like, has a couple cool strats. Oh, I also want to point out, you see those 3 Goombas and that little shy guy up there? Those are some good backup coins that are really close to the red coin star. My movement there might be a little bit slow, by the way. The expert route's not going to be like single star world records. Just a heads up. Alright, so coming up here, we got a crazy strat. So, let's talk about this. What is going on here, right? Let's talk about this. Alright, so I want you to pay attention to the control stick. I'm holding up, I'm holding up, I'm holding up, and then I let go. So, I had to take time to figure this out for myself. So the way this strat works is you want to be in this general location because this slope is different than this one. You want to hold up till you're going up the slope, and then you want to let go. So I'll show you. I'll show it again. This only saves a few seconds. It's really not worth it to do unless you're going for like a good time. So, but it's a cool strat. Again, I made that look a lot easier than it actually is. I wouldn't recommend going for that red coin that fast. Oh, what's this Pokemon? Pokemon I don't have. Yeah, I think for the most part with hundreds, like, there's not much for me to explain with hundreds and reds. It's just movement. Yeah, I made a mistake here. So you can use the steep slope to really quickly slide into this Piranha plant, and I messed up my slide kick, so my bad. Alright, new level, Skyline Resort, let's go. So yeah, we're just gonna take it nice and easy here. Nice and easy as beginner. You don't wanna, you know, no need to stress yourself out. You don't have to slide up there, you can single jump and ledge grab, just watch out for the fly guy. Alright, so on version 1.01 at least, this Womp is a pain in the ass. Again, you could single jump and ledge grab there too if you don't feel comfortable side flipping. So the easiest way to do this is let him fall and just run to the side. So you want to kind of stay near Womp's side and just let him fall. You don't have to ground pound through him. For a beginner, all 3 times, just run to the side. Pretty straightforward. Yes, you see how I missed the cycle there? That's because my movement on the elevator, like, my movement wasn't that fast. You'll see on the expert route that the movement is, like, perfect. But it's really not that much time loss if you're not going for a good time. I'm just reading something Dacker sent me. Yeah, as you can see, expert on this ground pounding through the Womp. All right. How do you ground pound the Womp without getting squished? Let me go back for a moment here. So you kind of wanna. Again, you don't have to do this. It doesn't save that much time, but you can kind of see here. I wanna point something out. Look at the Thwomp jump and look at Mario jump. Right at the same time, right? And then I ground pound right as he starts to turn. I ground pound because look how fast he falls. Mario's in the air. Boom. You can wait a little bit longer, but I think the most common mistake I see is people ground pounding too early. So don't feel too shy when ground pounding a little late. What? What did I do? Oh my goodness, it's scuffed. It's over. Okay, I think this is the right star. Alright, yeah, this movement's the easiest way to get up here, in my opinion. I know that's a little bit difficult doing all those wall kicks, but there's really not... This is a hard hack compared to Mario 64. Like, it's a hard game compared to regular Mario 64. So there's gonna be some stuff you're gonna have to do that's gonna be hard. But yeah, there are boxes that you can spawn here. Yeah, this is definitely world record pace, bro. So I normally do this as a backup strat, but this is a great normal strat, very consistent. Whew. Alright, time for the juicy stuff. Alright, how do I explain this? Let's try and explain this now, man. Oh my goodness. Alright, so to be honest, if you're too close to this wall, you're not going to clip through. So you kind of want to be far away. But if you're too far away, right? So I'm gonna go through the wall. If you're too far away, you're not going to get this wall kick. So you don't want to be too close to the wall, but you don't want to be too far away. So it's kind of up to your practice to find that sweet spot. I just haven't memorized through many hours of playing the game. But yeah. Alright, so we're doing basically the same thing. I feel like I can keep the video running while going to get a drink of water. I don't think I have to explain anything else for the rest of this level, at least. Like, even the hundreds, I don't know if I have that much to explain, but... Yo, what's up, Deckage? So yeah, Deckage, the suggestions you have, like, line up with my format of having beginner, intermediate, and expert. Like, I cover different strats for those areas you were talking about. But yeah, the main thing is, like, there's definitely gonna be flaws with this tutorial, so I know that. Like, I know there's gonna be, like, maybe some stuff missing that I could have included. Like, I don't do the frame lock in Koopa Canyon, for example. I just tried to get this done as soon as I could to have a, Is there a visual cue? Not really. You just kind of gotta feel it out. If you let go of the control stick, like, right before you land, you're not gonna die. Look how my control stick is neutral here. I want to point something out. I'm holding up. Right here, you can see I'm holding up. Holding up. Let go. Because I can see here that I'm not ledge grabbing. If I kept holding up, there's a good chance I'd die. So you just let go of the control stick and go neutral. And Mario just stops moving. That's all you gotta do. Sometimes you can get a really scary ledge grab there, so be ready for an unexpected ledge grab sometimes. Ooh, this strat I'm about to do. Okay. I highly recommend not doing this strat, but if you really want to do it, go for it. So, I like to slide flip from this spot right here. And then I dive at that point, kind of at the height of my side flip. And it's really easy to slide back down and slide off. So, I highly recommend not doing this, especially if you're a beginner, but if you want to do it, go for it. And that long jump is really scary. And I only do it because I know where I'm going. You can see how close I was to dying there. Like, I knew I wasn't going to die. I knew where I was, but yeah. Oh, the switch star. Okay. So for beginners, pretty simple. I kept this as easy as I could. We're not doing the blue coin switch triple jump. I think it's too hard for beginners. And I think a lot of people see runners do that and then they try and do it themselves. You could just go over here. It doesn't lose. It loses like maybe 5 to 10 seconds or something. Maybe 5. It's not. I don't know. It's fine. Remember, you're gonna save more time from playing it safe in the speedrun than you are gonna, like, it's gonna be worth it because you're gonna lose a ton of time from making too many mistakes at a strat that's too hard, right? Alright, so here you want to hold back till Mario gets to the height of his triple jump, and then you want to wall kick up. That's basically all it is. JMO pointed out that it's like breezeless in Mario 64 and Telltale Mountain, so if you know how to do breezeless, if maybe someone's watching right now that likes to run Mario 64, then treat it like breezeless. You want to wall kick at the height of your triple jump. Again, you'll, actually, this is a pro strat here. Wait, no, I still have to do this. So you're gonna see me hold back here when I triple jump up here. Just to give Mario time and space to wall kick at the height of the triple jump. Now, I also included a second expert clip here. Some of you might know what's about to happen. This is an absolute only do if you're going for world record in 20 or 80 star. I don't even do this in 130. I'm not really going to explain how this works, but basically, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to let the video do the talking. I really don't know how to explain that. It's a really tough strat. Saves 4 seconds, I believe. Optimally, it saves 3 to 4 seconds, so not worth it. Easy to die on that. Very precise. Alright, 100 coins. Oh, man. So yeah, we're just gonna chill here. There are some coins under this water if you want to grab them. I don't think you need to. There's a lot of coins in this level. A lot of coins to get backup coins, so. I don't think you need to skip. You can jump over that gap. I have faith in you beginners. You can do it. I don't know why I went that all the way around there, but... So yeah, if you're just starting out, just try and kill the spawner plant before, and get in the blue clan before getting the switch. Alright, this is where things get a little bit tricky. So you're gonna have a Lakitu kind of on your ass here. I recommend just getting him out of the way, because he can cause problems. The triple jump looks hard, but as long as you're on the left side, it's not that bad. There's gonna be another Lakitu coming up here that's gonna be pretty problematic. Just let him fly over you before you go up, and you'll be fine. Do not try to climb up there early, because you will hit the Lakitu on accident. Alright, so, I'm gonna be honest, I had no way of... I could not find a method to get this red coin without side flipping, so you're just gonna have to suck it up, Buttercup. If you don't like this strat, like, I don't know what else to do here. I think this is the best way to do it, just side flip, grab the red, make sure you don't ledge grab, and then you just want to hold up right here. I really can't think of a better method to get that red coin, so... Sorry, if you don't like that strat, too bad. You have to do it. But hey, like I said, be creative. If you can figure something out for yourself, go for it. Yeah, I was just kind of testing out different methods to get that red coin there. But yeah, really, you could... I don't think you can grab the ledge and grab it at the same time. I think it's too low.
Here we go.
You can do a backflip wall kick, but that is extremely risky, because if you bonk, you're dead. So, what's nice about the side flip is, once you grab the red, like, you either ledge grab and don't get the red, or you get the red and you have space to dive down there, so... Yeah. I could be wrong, though. I don't know if you can ledge grab the ledge while grabbing the red coin. I don't know if that's possible. How's it going, Flip? Yeah, it could be really precise. You can also single jump to get that red coin and fall down that way. I just like the side flip a lot. So you can see I missed the blue coin there, and that's not a big deal for the star at all. Like, there's so much leeway. Also, I want to point out for this level that I recommend just doing the stars, like, the only star that I recommend doing on star specific is this one, because there's extra womps. Like, you don't want to do this star while King Womp is roaming around, you know? You want to do King Womp first in this level. Or at least before reds in the hundreds. Because then smaller womps spawn throughout the level on the red coin star. Again, I wait for the Lakitu to pass over. But yeah, I just recommend doing the star specific here, even though you don't really need to, other than... Well... Yeah, you don't want King Womp up here, so... Oops. I think what I'm gonna do, guys, is after Overworld 1, I'm gonna take a break. Because my voice is getting tired. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Overworld 1, it's kind of a snooze fest, at least for me, trying to explain some stuff. There's not really a lot of... It's just a lot of movement. You know, Overworld 1, I think, is the easiest part of this game, at least for 130 star. Very simple stuff going on here. The game doesn't really get crazy until we get to Mad Musical Mess. Then things get tough. Oh, Mad Musical Mess is going to be a hoot. Imagine missing an Ultra Ball. I know. I'm used to it by now, though. Again, doing the long jumps for those blues is probably better. The movement I did is just really fast. Yeah, I ignore this Lakitu completely. There's so many coins here. I don't need this Lakitu's coins, but like I said, as a beginner, you're gonna want to line that triple jump up, so feel free to take out that Lakitu. See, I kind of struggled here, actually. Yeah, I just decided not to re-record. I usually like to get that Lakitu and the Womp in one ground pound. Wow, yeah, this is totally expert gameplay, dude. Oh my goodness. Actually, yeah, I think you can ledge grab that ledge while grabbing that red coin. That's my bad. So yeah, you can do that. So any beginners watching, you can ledge grab that ledge while grabbing the red. It looks like it's low enough, at least. So, yeah, my bad. In case anyone watching doesn't know how womps work, every time you kick on top of a womp, you get a coin, and if you jump on a womp, you also get a coin, so... So womps actually you can get 10 coins from. 5 from ground pounding it, and then 5 from, like, jumping on top of it or kicking it. I feel like most people should know that, but... yeah, for this star... feel free to just use the Vanish Cap. It's slightly slower. You're gonna have the Vanish Cap unlocked if you're doing this route for like if you're coming here after Gloomy Garden, you're gonna have Vanish Cap unlocked. So really, even intermediate, you can just use the Vanish Cap if you want. But some 80 star routes do this stage early. Like I do this stage early in 80 star, and I don't have the Vanish Cap. So. All right, I actually need to explain how this works. Alright, let's explain. So, what I'm doing here is I'm punching underwater, so I'm pressing B, and, well, I guess A on my controller, but B. And what you basically want to do is you want to punch, so I'm facing down, right? So, I'm holding down, I punch, and you kind of, I have always had such a hard time explaining how this works. You don't want Mario... You want Mario to be facing, like, his head, you want him to be, like, upside down facing the floor. Because if you try and do this when Mario is, like, parallel with the ground, he's just going to run headfirst into the wall and nothing's going to happen. The reason why this clip works is you want Mario to be facing like this to be able to clip through. I think that's the best way I can explain it. I see a lot of people fail that clip because they either press B too early, so they can't punch through the wall, or Mario's angle is too horizontal, so he just kind of goes into the side of the wall and doesn't do anything. You'll see it again here, but a little more to the left, because you can actually go through the wall and not the gate. That time I was a little bit horizontal, but I kind of, I will say it's a lot harder to do while you're horizontal. Yeah, okay guys, it's the hardest star on the run. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go before this, I'm gonna go get some water before we cover this, this star, so. I'll be right back, I'm gonna run an ad. I'll be right back though. Give me, like, 5 minutes. Hello, everybody. So, before we continue, does anyone have any questions that, like, on things I, have covered but you didn't get the chance to ask or anything? Because we're already an hour in. We're an hour in. We're getting, progress. But all right, so this is. We joke it's the hardest star in the room, but this star is really, really easy. Even for a beginner, like, I decided to make some easier movement for this. Very simple to get in here. Yeah, this is star 6. I kind of did this for the meme as well, to do like 3 different levels of difficulty for this 1 star. How do you get the hardest star on the run? You have to practice for 1,000 hours, and then you can get this. Alright, I think first we're gonna do Metal Cap here. So as a beginner, those wall kicks are gonna be a little too hard, that you're gonna see in a bit, so just gonna go all the way around. Again, simple single jump, you just want to watch out for this fly guy. Alright, I just want to emphasize here, so you see how far away I am from this window? And, like, and I kick, it's possible, if I'm just against this wall, right, and I double jump and just kick, the wall, like, the explosion, I guess, or the kick is gonna push Mario back, so you want to have some distance between Mario and the wall before kicking this window. That's the main thing. Well, yeah, if anyone's wondering, the reason I have music turned off is I know people like to listen to music while watching tutorials and stuff, so that's why I have the no music code turned on. I kind of figured 5 hours of Starlight music would get annoying. Again, for beginner, I do a bit of a different strat here. I think this is an easier way to get this. It's a little difficult. So no worries if you miss it. Now, I know the metal cap is unlocked right now, but I'm just showing right now, if you're a beginner, I highly recommend unlocking the metal cap for this, because I think this next red coin is really hard. So you can see, I unlock the metal cap. In theory, I go and grab this metal cap here, and this 7th red coin, just use the metal cap, it's fine. Now, I will say, if you are a beginner and you're doing 130 star, I highly recommend unlocking the metal cap just in general, because the Toad Star in Overworld 2 that requires a BLJ, for the expert route, you need the metal cap otherwise, so. Yeah. I will say, I think some of these stars I don't really have to talk, like, it's just pretty self-explanatory. So I'm probably just gonna chill here, and then answer people's questions if you guys have questions, because I've got 4 more hours of this, bro. I'm not gonna explain everything. Yeah, this is a pretty difficult strat here. So you actually want to be careful with this fossil here. If you're too far to the right, you can actually clip inside the fossil and then fall through the ground and die. So yeah, be careful. You want to stick to the left side of the fossil for the most part, because it is possible to fall there. Remember, this game is like over 10 years old, so it's just really glitchy. But yeah, unfortunately, Chuckya Harbor has some weird star-specific, what control? So when you grab the 7th thread, you want to hold upright. You can see I'm holding upright here, like upright. Ideally, well, right here, this is red coin 6, right? But for red coins, like if this is red coin 7, if you're referring to this red coin, you just want to ensure that you land on the platform there. I think most people are either gonna like bounce off the wall here, right? So, like if you want to hold up here, right, until Mario's high enough to get up there, like maybe hold a slight upright, but you want to mostly hold up. And then when you know Mario's, like you can see Mario's over. It's kind of hard to tell with the power meter, but like that's how, like it just takes practice. Do I have my key bindings listed in the description of the video? I have nothing in the description of the video yet. This is unlisted. I have to still make a description.
Here we go!
I mean, I have like one little paragraph, but no, I don't have my key binding.
Let's go!
Yeah, I used to do that actually, Teddy. I used to wall kick up. It's still pretty fast. Again, if you're in practice and you find yourself having trouble with that lava bounce, just unlock the metal cap. It doesn't lose that much time. I've definitely seen, like, I think I've seen Cheese, for example, when he used to run this. I've seen him die there before, so. Definitely not an easy strat. Alright.
Let's go!
So, there's a couple of star-specific, like, you don't have to get anything star-specific in this level unless you're a beginner. And I'll explain why after the star, actually. Well, after this expert star.
Let's go!
Alright. So, the reason I went from star 1 to star 3 is I just want to show that if you're doing the beginner route, you want to do this star specific because there's no block here. See this little tunnel down here? For intermediate and expert, we're going to use a block to downward. But for beginner, you want to wait to do this to star 3. So you want to get star 2 before this. Yeah. Now you're gonna see I select star 2 for intermediate because you for intermediate and expert you actually want the block to be here. So you want to do this on star 2, this downward. You could also do this on star 1. The block is here on star 1 or 2. So yeah, this is a little bit tricky. It works similar to the clip I did in SLR through the gate, but you basically want to go between the block and the wall, but you kind of want to go a little towards the corner of the wall here. And you can see I'm just holding up here. I press B really close, I just hold up, and it's downward, so. I think that strat's pretty hard though, so if you want to just do it star specific, feel free to do that. Also, it's possible to clip through that fence, and you can just clip back through it with the same method, so. Oh, here we go. It's kind of interesting watching the beginner stuff, because, like, it's not really things... Like, I think actually the beginner content in this tutorials might be the most important content for, like, new runners. Like, if we want to grow Star Road, if we want more people to run it, like, these strats... I kind of should have re-recorded this, because, like, this is not an ideal camera. Like, it's hard to tell where Mario is. You can see me trying to turn the camera here, but yeah. I'm trying to turn the camera, it's not working. Thankfully, I know where he is, but yeah, ideally you would not want this camera climbing here. Yeah,
Let's go.
Alright. Well, it's time for the big boy shell star. So the way this works is you want to jump towards the wall, and you don't want to be too far away because you'll break the shell. And yeah, you can see how kind of how do I explain this? So when this happens, Mario like rides the shell kind of like a bodyboard, you know, and you have a ton of speed. So you just gotta time your swims properly, and you can use it to clip through this wall. How do I get that to go away? There we go. So it's really easy to break your shell on accident, which would suck. So you just want to like take your time, wait for Mario to get back on his shell normally.
Let's go.
The shell despawned, not really. Also, you'll see me go a little more to the left here, because it's faster. If you go too far to the left here, you'll break your shell. You don't want to go too far to the left there. Yeah, as long as you get on that slope, you can get back on the shell normally.
Let's go.
Okay, break into the building. It's time for Mario to commit some crimes. Breaking and entering. So there's a mistake I'm about to make on the star that shows, well, there's that too, you can accidentally read that sign. So you want to make sure you're far enough away from the sign not to read it on accident. Okay, so here, yep, this is really important. I see a lot of runners make this mistake. So if you press A and B at the same time, this will happen. I jumped and then I kicked basically. But you can see, look how low I am, right? I'm super, super low. And that's basically why that happened. You'll see on intermediate and expert, the right way to do it without falling, getting pushed off.
Let's go.
You do that a lot? Yeah, so I'll explain how this works. It actually might just be the height that you kick. Yeah, see, I'm jumping and then I'm kicking, and I'm kicking really high on the window. So that's why it's working. I think if you kick too low, if you just like press A and B at the same time, you have to make sure you kick after you jump. You can't press both buttons at the same time. I don't know how that worked, I'm gonna be honest. I think... Actually, let's go back and look. Hold on, let's go back and look. Let's look at this. How did that work? Okay. Oh, look at that. You see that? Look at my input display. I jump. 1 frame later, I kick. Look at that. Look at the inputs. That's why it worked. If I pressed both of those at the same time, it wouldn't have worked, I'm pretty sure. Look how insane that is. Wow. It looks like I kicked and jumped at the same time, but... Or pressed A and B at the same time. I'm a task. I'm exposed as a fraud. Alright, I have nothing to say on the star, so I'm just gonna give my voice a rest, I think. I'm just chilling. I mean, I have some differences here, but there's really no need to explain them. They're pretty straightforward. Actually, I'll use this time to look through my document to see if I forgot to say anything. Let's see. So you need 8 stars for Chuckya Harbor, 8 stars for Gloomy Garden, 20 stars for Bowser 1, you need 40 stars to enter Bowser 2, of course 80 stars to enter Bowser 3. I agree, apparently. Just looking through my notes right now. I recommend killing this fly guy, by the way, before grabbing those blues, because the fly guy can interfere. What am I doing? I think my controller was having issues with the camera. Yo, what's up, Aleph? Thanks for the 23 million quadrillion viewer raid. Thank you so much. How was your stream? Welcome, everybody. Sorry, it's been 2 hours of me talking, so like my my energy is already low. My voice is like dead. Guys, make sure you go call Aleph 64. I'm playing with my mind. Yes. Exactly. So yeah, welcome everyone. I am currently showing a tutorial video I made for Star Road, for those interested in learning to run it. Beginner, intermediate, and expert for every single section of the run, of the game, I guess. It's a 5-hour long video, so I'm just showing it off before I post it to YouTube. And then I will upload this stream to YouTube too, because it has a lot of explanations. Hey, how was your stream, Aleph? How you doing? What's up, Finny? I might go 2x speed for that. I think I'm gonna start going 2x speed on stars. I just don't think really, you know. Oh dang, close man, close. Yeah, I'm gonna start going 2x speed for some of these stars because, especially these long ones that don't require much explanation. 11 seconds, eh? I do want to point something out. I did skip 5 coins, which is why I'm going on that roof to get those 5 extra coins. You'll see in the expert route for the star. So you can either get a Goomba for getting the 100 coins, or you can get this box. There's 3 coins in it. Alright. I'll slow the video down when I feel like something happens that's you know, crucial. Like, up till now, it made sense to do it at 1x speed because there's a lot of stuff to explain, but I'm just kind of chilling. If you notice, I didn't ground pound through the blues there because you don't really need to do that. It's just a safety precaution. Actually, I should explain this. I should explain this jump. Hold on. Okay. So this triple jump right here is really hard. It's really easy to undershoot it and bonk. You can see me like hold left a little bit to try and get as much height as I can, but you can easily ledge grab or like hit that on accident and just fall down in the water. So you don't need to go for that triple jump. That's really hard. Alright, and we're done with this level. Alright. Now, here we go. This is, I think, the most difficult level for beginners, other than Mad Musical Mess. So, the beginning route, I just have the player going the slow way. There is a skip you can do right here, but I decided at the last second, nah, I'm gonna go around the level. Again, you can decide, you know, really what you want to do here. You know, if someone's watching this video on YouTube, when I post it, they can just, you know, either refer to the original tutorial that I'm watching right now, or just slow this footage down. We'll just do 2x speed. But yeah, what I basically did is just did the intended way. See, I recommend doing the piranha plants in this order, at least for a beginner. And you don't want to jump in that wind, just walk up it, dodge the Montino rocks. So normally we get that piranha plant last, but just for beginner route, I think it makes sense to just do this one last, because you're not doing any weird strats. So yeah, this skip right here, it's not that bad. I just recommend, even if you're a beginner, just try this out. It's not that bad. Like, I would recommend just trying this out. It's really not that bad. You just have to press, you do 1 wall kick, 2 wall kicks, usually about 3 slope kicks. Alright, so this can happen. Usually you want to jump dive from this slope up here, but if you butt slide, it's not that big of a deal. You just gotta jump until you can ledge grab that ledge. I know airlock. The speedrunner is insane. Yeah, I'm struggling here. I'm punching on accident. Just kind of portraying what can happen in that wind. Okay, I should explain this clip. So this clip, you basically want to be to the upper right of this door. It saves like a second or so. On version 1.01, just a small little cute time save, you know. Might as well just scoop it up. No reason not to. Oh my gosh, wait, what happened? I made a big... I'm telling you, this tutorial has some scuffed moments, but it's okay, I just needed to get this done. I said this long jump's a little bit scary. You can either bounce off that fly guy going from the left or do this long jump. But as long as you have a wall kick angle, you're fine. Let's see, is there anything else I can explain on this star? this is pretty straightforward. I really don't like that setup I just did for the triple jump dive. I recommend just, I mean, it works, but like the expert route here, I think is definitely like the ideal movement. It's kind of tricky though because of the angle here, but yeah. As long as you get the triple jump. Oh, oh, we're here. Oh, I don't know if I'm ready. Oh, this is where things start getting juicy. Okay. All right, so right away, I have to explain a lot. All right, so we're doing the guitar star, but except you're probably wondering why is the wing cap unlocked? We haven't been to Cloudrail Station yet. Well, if you're a beginner and you're doing 130 star, you're doing 80 star. I recommend skipping this star completely. If you're doing 130 star, you're gonna have to do a route, and you'll see it after the run. That you do Mad Musical Mess after Cloudrail Station very late in the run, so you can get the wing cap, unlock the wing cap, and do the guitar star the intended way like that. So, yep, you have to reset after Bowser 1, by the way. I forgot to mention that. I didn't include that in the tutorial, but yeah, you have to reset after Bowser 1, or you basically have to. You can reset anywhere in Overworld 1. Actually, I asked Dackage about this. If you reset in Bowser 1, I should explain this strat, by the way. If you reset after Bowser 1 or basically anywhere in Overworld 1, it allows the Koopa and Koopa Canyon not to crash, which is the concern. That's why we have to reset, because this is a really old hack, and there's a lot of like glitches. So you must reset after Bowser 1. You'll see on the splits that I'll show at the end of this video that the routes anyways. So what's happening here is Mario's taking 4 fall damage, but because I'm skipping over this gap, the animation gets shortened. Well, not that time because I suck, but. And then this strat here is, I think, easier than the long jump you're going to see next. But the basic part of this is you want to try and be as far to the left as possible, because you can see this guitar kind of go upwards. You can see me kind of go to the left here. And I think most people struggle with this star because they'll die if you're on accident, right? So it takes some practice to get that momentum down to kick, but I think that's the easiest way to do that star, other than using the wing cap. Now this is the expert method. I actually don't do this. But if you can figure out a consistent way to do that, then you can go for that. The long jump is really fast. I don't like doing that because it's really inconsistent. But yeah, that's one of the hardest stars in the game. If you're doing 80 or 130, if you're doing 80 star, feel free to skip that star if you want. You can replace it with so many other stars. I can give you some examples after the video of some stars you can replace that star with. Just be sure, what I'm doing here is ground pounding a lot of bees. Whenever you see a bee by you in this level, just feel free to ground pound. It's the safest way to deal with them. Letterlock. The bottom of the guitar acts as the ceiling, so therefore ground pounding actually doesn't lose that much time at all. Just a few frames. You can see me ground pounding right now, waiting for this bee to charge. Right here, I ground pound again. That was close. But yeah, the bees in this level are super annoying, so just be wary of them. But yeah, this star has a lot of luck. You gotta rely on the thwomps being nice. Perfect RNG, super fast. Music! What? Wait, why? I didn't have the no music cut off for this, so I guess you guys get to hear music. Oh, because I had to re-record this because I accidentally deleted it. Yeah. Alright, so this is the intended way for the tambourine star. So we're going to use the cannon here. Pretty straightforward. Just memorize the visual cue I'm using here. I can pause here to let you see it. So, how do I explain this? Basically, as long as you see this circle here, as long as the, whatever this is called, not a tambourine, trumpet, is kind of in the lower section of the circle, then you'll be fine. Because Mario's, like, gonna Yeah, as long as it's in the lower section, you're good. Alright, so here this long jump is pretty tricky, so if you want to do a chain long jump here, go for it. You're going to see a different method now that I think is a little bit easier, to be honest, but it kind of happens fast, so you gotta really take a look here. So what I'm doing is I'm diving, right? I'm diving. So this is actually a hole that you can die in, so you have to be very careful, and you want to roll out of the dive super early. But you have so much, look how much speed I have right now, and then you can easily just make that long jump. So. Okay, something I should point out for the star. This tambourine star here, you have to absolutely get this. And I'll point it out right here. Star 3. This is a star-specific star. So make sure you get this star on star 3. And you absolutely, worst case scenario, is you do 100 coins while on star 3, because the tambourine's actually in a different spot. So, and it makes 100 coins a lot more difficult. I've done that a few times on accident. So, yeah. The triple jump dive into that star is a pretty cool strat. It's easier than what I just did there, but it's slower. Yeah, that slope is really slippery, so I just came up with the method to just do a double jump to the right and hold up, and you'll just climb up there pretty easily. I think I do it again here. A lot of people try to triple jump up to that star, and they just like bonk on that platform. Yeah, so that's fast. Alright, so this is 100 coin. I think this is a really important star to pay attention to if you're a beginner. This is one of the hardest stars in the game if you want to do 130 star. So, alright, so I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you should, if you're a beginner, I think you can skip the 8 coins up here. You can just drop down here, but if you feel confident, maybe you can go up here and then up this harp and then long jump here. The problem with getting these coins is you always want to be uphill. So it makes getting these coins a little tricky. So if you want to skip those 8 coins, I can point out a box of 10 that you can replace with them. You replace them with, so. But yeah, this level's still really scary. Like, you can just fall at any point. Usually there's a bee lurking around here, so just be careful. This section's gonna be really scary. Alright, so this is where things get in. This is the hardest part of the star in my opinion. There's bullet bills everywhere. So you just have to know, like, if you stay on the ground here, this guy's not gonna hit you. If I just stay on the ground. This box right here has 10 coins, by the way, so those are a good box of 10 to get, as long as you time the bullet bills properly. This red coin's also really hard on this stick, so I made sure to try and make it as simple as possible. Just line up the camera here, so you can hold straight up. Yeah, you can see like how careful I was trying to be. Hold straight up, hold straight down. Very simple, very simple. It looks scary, but it's not that bad. Again, ground pounding the bee is the best way to kill it. So. I highly recommend too. You can also grab this Chuckya for some backup coins. It's up to you. Now, what's scary about this star is it's really hard to slide flip out of this guitar. So you want to be careful and try and be aware of where the Chuckya is. You can see I went further down on the guitar there just to be safe. Welcome back, Asbeth. Yep, you can see here actually I skipped the row of 8 on that little whatever you call it, instrument, or the ring of 8. So that just shows you don't need those. I forgot that I did that. Pretty similar to beginner, just some more optimized movement. Yeah, I'm gonna go get these 10 coins here. Or that was 3 coins. 3 coins, not 10. So I'm probably gonna grab the Chuckya here too, I would imagine, to get an extra 5 coins. Yeah, I'm explaining more than I thought, and some of these stars are like, even beginners I think can understand what's happening at 2x speed. Plus beginners can slow down the video if they want. Because again, this is going to YouTube. So there's 6 coins in this guitar, there's 2 reds and 2 yellow coins, so just do the math in your head of how many coins. Like, if you have 93, you have to get an extra coin before going in there. Yeah, this is the ultimate pro route. Really scary, I know. But don't worry, there's a 99.9% chance you'll never have to do this route. This movement. I mean, do you guys mind if I do 2x speed for some stars? Because I can slow it down and I have to explain stuff, but... Oh wait, okay, hold on. I have to explain this. We're gonna slow it down. Okay. So what I'm ensuring here... Alright. And this can be really tricky. So I like the side flip up here. I have this angle where if I want to hold up, like the other 2 difficulties, and I want to make sure I'm going up the stick here. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to like get a side flip, right? Side flip into the red, and then I want to delay my dive, so I can roll out right away. It's possible to bonk on this too and almost die. And then you want to instantly ground pound that B. It's really tough. It's very, very difficult. Again, even an expert has trouble getting out of that guitar. Oh, the Chuckya fell. That's right. Oh, we're out of Mad Musical Mess already. Wow. It's a short stage, so. Alright, so as a beginner, you can just go down this slide normally. The only tricky part is going to be here, where you're going through this wall. As long as you just hold up, you're going to be fine. Then you just hold left. It looks difficult, but it's really not. Just hold up here. I actually don't know the time that you need, but... because I haven't failed it in a while. I think it's like probably close to the slide, like 21 seconds, like the normal slide, so... Alright, I'll explain the strat coming up here. Okay. So in order to start the race, I make sure I go over the finish line. And then here... you see this white speck on the wall? This is what we want to go for. What we're trying to do is we're trying to time a dive where Mario dives on this platform and he'll downwarp. Downwarps all the way to the bottom of the slide. So I'll slow down the video again when we get to that point again. I'll point out that white speck. Now here, I want to point this out too. This is an extremely hard long jump. I highly recommend you don't do this. Look how late I'm long jumping. I can go frame by frame. Look at this. Very, very precise. To barely make that. It only saves a couple seconds. I don't think it's worth it. Alright, so I'll explain this again, because I think I did this pretty fast. Same spot. Right here, this white speck. There's another white speck here, but you want the white speck in the middle. That's where you're mostly aiming. See, I'm diving right here. Boom. And I usually like to hold Z to get Mario to slide right away. And you can tell by the input display there, so. Oh, I have to explain this as well. Yeah. So, Segotu showed me this. I don't understand how it works, but if you jump high enough here, this star... normally this star would bounce again before you can grab it, but it only bounces once. So it saves like a second or two. Second and a half, maybe. Unless you missed the star like me, then look like an idiot. Alright, Largely Forest is next. I think I can go 2x speed for most of this level. Let me look at my notes. Did I miss anything? So Wiggler only spawns on Star 1, so you've got to do Wiggler first. When you get in the level, just do Wiggler right away. That's all I gotta say. Now Wiggler can be really tricky. It's possible Wiggler can also fall in the water, and it's very unfortunate. And if you'll notice, I can slow down the speed for this next one. But it actually takes time, similar to Wiggler in Tiny Huge Island. It takes time for the Wiggler to be hit again. So you'll see Mario. See, I bounced on his head there, but it didn't count because I had to wait. I recommend ground pounding a lot during the star, because it's just the easiest way to get the Wiggler hit without taking damage. Star 600. Okay, I see, Sigo. Thank you. Alright, so this is a really intimidating part of the star, the part of the stage. Climbing this tree. So I tried to make this as simple as possible. Just triple jump up here, make sure you kill the Lakitu, just climb up the hive, you can walk up it. Take your time. Not that bad. Intermediate gets a little more tricky, but mostly the same. I might slow it down here again to just emphasize what's happening here. We triple jump. You can actually double jump up here. That triple jump dive is really hard. If you don't want to do it, feel free to not do it. Alright, so now... Yeah, there's an invisible wall that can get you up there. Actually, let me point that out. So, there's an invisible wall. So if you do the beginner route, and you go from here to here, you want to hug the left side here. If you go too far to the right, you can hit an invisible wall, so just be careful of that. You want to stay towards the trunk of the tree. Alright, so this is a really hard strat. It saves like 4 seconds each time. It's really fast. I'm not even quite sure how to explain this. So I go on Lakitu Cam. I have a ton of speed. I slide flip at the right time here. I think I basically get a firstie. I go to Mario Cam right away. I double jump and you can kick up and make it. And save an entire cycle on that mushroom. And then you'll see here that I take out the Lakitu during my triple jump, so pretty good. If you watch Dakage's 80-star record, you'll see him frame lock up the tree. I don't know how to do that, so I don't have that in this tutorial, but yes, there is a switch here, by the way, so feel free to use the switch to spawn that box. I know, believe it or not, there is a switch. Now, I wanna point out something, actually. My bad. You'll notice that for the lily pad star is actually star 3, I believe, but I'm selecting star 2. And the reason for that is the Lakitu does not spawn if you select star 2 on the pond. So do this star on star 2, because the Lakitu will not spawn. There's normally a Lakitu here. It makes it a lot easier. This I should really. The switch is behind spawn, by the way. So this triple jump, you just want to triple jump on the petal of the flower there. Not that bad. This strat's pretty... I think this strat's actually not that bad, but if you miss it, it's really tough to back up in my opinion, so... Just want to make sure you're being careful here. Yeah, if you want to learn that strat, it's hard to tell, but I did ground pound into that star like at the last frame, so... Typically you need to ground pound for that star. Alright, 100 coin time. So for all 3 routes, the 100 coin route is the same, basically, so. We're just gonna chill, we're just gonna watch. We're gonna chat a little bit. Oh yeah, by the way, we do the red coin star on star 4, otherwise the the star with, I guess I'll see it on the next clip, but like the B star. You want to do the 100 coins on star 4 and not star 5, which is red coins, because there's an extra Lakitu and an extra Chuckya that spawns on this tree. If you do it, don't do it on star 4. So you want to do 100s on star 4. See, this Chuckya's gone, and the Lakitu up there is gone. I know this box is a little tricky, but you can also use the box to jump up here with the other boxes. That red coin's really safe. You just have to keep blocking on the hive, and you won't fall. All right, so this little green area is really scary because you can soft lock here. So what I like to do is stay to the right side and don't go near the tree at all. You do not want to go near the tree here. So you notice I get this blue coin, and I try and stick kind of closer to the right. Yeah, so for a beginner, this is going to be kind of tough. It's going to take some practice. And again here, I just double jump. Or I slide down. And again, I stay away from the tree. And then you can spawn the star here, climb up into it. I'm going to explain something else in a second here. Alright, so you might be wondering, why am I going this way and not going straight over this route? Well, there's actually an invisible wall that prevents you from going over it for some reason, so you have to go around. At least it's an invisible wall that's really hard to avoid, and it's just not worth it. The bee's treasure. See what? Yeah, you want to do hundreds of reds on the bee's treasure. Yeah, this is mostly going to be the same route. No, it's not, because you're always grabbing the red coin at this. Wait, the 100 coin star stuck at the root of the tree. Do you mean like when you climb that vine? Because, like, if you're spawning the 100 coin star with that red coin, it's always going to spawn in the same spot, so no. If you mean like the tree branch, no. And there's no way to get it stuck in the root because there's no coins under the root. Like that red coin there, no, because the red coin's always in the same spot. If you don't have enough coins to spawn the 100 coin star, by the way, there are Goombas next to the red coin star spawn that you can grab, so. Be careful about this Chuckya, by the way, it's really easy to get grabbed by him. Let's slow down the video here, just to show off some movement here. This double jump kick I like to do a lot, and then I do a jump dive. I'm still long jumping at intermediate. You see these Goombas down here? These are good backup coins, in case you don't get the 100 coin star. So. Yeah, man. I know this stage seems intimidating, but the stage isn't that bad. It's just the tree that's really rough. A lot of the star is surprisingly movement, despite how small this level is. There's a lot of movement here. Okay, let me explain this. He's grabbing it at the highest possible spot, so 0 chance of getting stuck. Wait, what are you referring to? I'm confused. Like the last red coin? Oh yeah. I mean, so even if you grab the red coin below it, it's still not gonna. Well, I don't think it's possible to get the 100 coin star stuck in the tree at all, unless you spawned it like inside the tree with the box of 10 coins or something. So what I'm doing here is really fast because I'm using the box, but I'm delaying the third. Like, look how quickly the third bounce. I break it right away, and then I'm able to quickly grab these coins versus just jumping up here with the box. Again, just walk on the hive, really simple. Ooh, I fell a little bit there. Expert. I'm a fraud. See, I got hit by that invisible wall there. I'm way too close to the tree. I almost soft locked. Yeah, just showing you can make mistakes and back them up, like I just did. So you're gonna see a jump dive here. Ooh, this is really important. Okay, so this, I forgot about this. I made this mistake, right? So I tried to jump dive into this vine to land kind of here, like really low, but I didn't get my jump for some reason. Yeah, I pressed it way too late. So I dove, and it looks like I'm about to fall. I spawned the 100 coin star, right? But I was spamming B, so I somehow grabbed the 100 coin star. Normally you have to just spam dive there to like grab a vine, kind of like in Rainbow Ride where you're spamming B to grab the pole. It's the same thing, but I got lucky there and I grabbed the star the second I spam B, which is really rare. I've never seen that happen. So that was kind of an insane moment to catch on, like, just recording footage for the tutorial. Alright, so now we're actually going to do the Beast Treasure. We just got Star 5 and 100 coins, but again, we want to do it on Star 4 because of the Chuckya and the Lakitu not spawning in the tree. So yeah, I accidentally did too good a movement there, so I dropped back down. I was like, oh wait, I wasn't supposed to do that wall kick, that's too hard. Alright, so here I just long jump, grab this vine. You gotta slide down a little bit, just to give yourself space, because it's actually really easy to... I'll slow this down. It's really easy to accidentally bonk on this branch. So if I were to jump right here towards this vine, I would bonk on this branch. You kind of want to be below, I would say, this leaf. Kind of right there. This is a good spot. And then a little jump dive. And then I think right here is actually acceptable. I can still jump and I won't bonk. But if you're really high up, you're going to bonk and fall down. So it's really important you want to slide down and make sure that... See, I still bonk my head, but it's on the ceiling and not like a weird wall where I bonk and fall. And then, yeah, you just go in there and ground pound. This sand will, like, pull you in, by the way, so just be careful of that. You can lose time a bit. Alright, so again, I'm gonna talk through my strat here. So I'm getting a bunch of speed up in Lakitu cam, so the Mario cam, switch to Mario, make it up there. I highly recommend just not going for that at all, unless you're going for world record. And then you can actually skip this first vine here and get the second one. Pretty tricky, but pretty fast. Alright, 1 star left. This star is pretty easy. I think we could just kind of do 2x speed. There is a down warp here that can do. Saves like a second or two. I'm not sure if I'm about to do it on this. But... Nope. Alright. Alright, so the way this works is you want to swim kind of into this corner here. And Mario's going to get stuck. And you're going to notice I'm going to kind of go push Mario like towards the wall a little bit and make him face up, and then you down warp. There is a way to instantly clip down, and you kind of have to just practice this and kind of mess with it a little bit. Okay, now we're doing reds. We're back to the slide. Alright. But that down warp isn't that much worth a time save. So yeah, I tried to make this route as easy as possible for the beginner here. Just really simple movement. Pretty straightforward star though. The only thing that's going to be kind of tricky is, and I think I kind of regret doing this, so I think instead of doing this, what I want you guys to do, if you're a beginner watching this, I would probably prefer if when you got here, just ground pound, like right here, just ground pound, maybe you get that poke out of the way while you're at it, and then just long jump towards this red coin. Yeah. This is not that easy. Like ground pound in there just to slow down. So yeah. This is really scary, so just stick with single jumps here. Just play it safe, there's no need to rush. And yeah, just take your time going back. Pretty straightforward. Alright, so I should explain this wall kick, actually. So this wall kick here, it's really easy to ledge grab that ledge, so you want to kind of hold back a little bit, so you get not too much height. Is it possible to get to the orange pipe? It is. If you drop down from spawn, you can. Alright, not much to say for that star. Alright, I have a lot to say for this star, though. Alright, we're doing the bully. We're doing the bully. Okay. So we're melting snow peaks. We're gonna do the bully star here. Now, again, get rid of the fly guy. It's a simple double jump here. Another double jump. Now, I kind of regret how I did this. As a beginner, I think this is going to be really tough. So basically what you want to do here is when you get up here, you want to just keep moving. You don't want to... You want to try and get the side flip. And if you land up here, your goal is... This bully is going to see you as soon... Even if you ledge grab this, it's going to see you. You want to try and run to this pillar here and lure him to either use it, like clip out of this pillar automatically, or just go in this general area. So your main goal, whatever skill level you are, just get to this pillar. Lure him to run behind you. And then if you do a big circle, he's going to turn around. You can either ground pound or do jump kicks here. This is a really tough star, though. For anybody, this is a tough star. You can see I do a couple ground pounds to show that off. But if you're patient and just keep doing jump kicks, it's not that bad. Do a little little chain long jump there. Same thing. Pretty similar, just with the fly guy bouncing on the spin drift. All right, so you can either do chain. I like to do chain long jumps here because this speed kick I'm about to do is really scary. We have speed kick, jump dive. We're gonna jump on the spin drift. So you're gonna see my control stick. Pay attention. I'm gonna do it frame by frame. I let go, so I'm neutral. If you're neutral when you bounce on either this or like a fly guy, you'll see how fast Mario's about to move. Look how fast I'm going. And that's from. I think it's being neutral. Do you have to? Does anyone know? Do you have to hold down A as well? I actually don't remember. Yeah, same idea for the bully fight. Oh man, the snowman's den. Here we go. So I did the intended way for this, but this is pretty tough still, in my opinion. Yeah, look at this. I just kind of waited for an opening and then long jumped like this. So you can also wall kick back and forth in that tunnel from wall to wall if you're comfortable doing that. But yeah, this is where we get to an interesting strat. So this is one that I think many people fail. So what you want to do here is, this is a pretty good angle. You're going pretty center straight up this slope, right? So when you kind of get that triple jump, you're at a good height here. And you want to jump dive. And you want to make sure, you can see this change in slope. You want to be on this slope here, kind of at this point. If you get too high, you're going to bonk on an invisible wall, so you don't want to like go too high. But yeah, you see Mario slide down, and then he clips into the room. So this is a pretty, I think, underrated strat. I think it's really hard. I honestly forgot this star had a shell until I saw the star name. Just want to be careful though. You don't want to hit any of the fire here because you'll get burned and lose your shell. So, but similar concept. Gonna bounce off the fly guy. I like to use this white part of the lava fall as a reference of where to go. Usually, or like right under it. Because I bounce so low, you can just hold straight up. I held up basically the whole time there. But in this case, you're going to see me have a lot of speed when bouncing off the spin drift. And I'm going to bounce like right here. So I let go of the control stick a little bit because I don't want Mario to go too far forward. And then I can get in there and still make it. If you hold too far forward, you're gonna go on the slope above this room. So. Alright, baby penguin time. Now, as a beginner, this is going to be the hardest part, is getting this jump. But I want to point something out, and I think this is really, really important for any beginners watching. The hardest part about this star is going to be this jump, right? So I want you to notice what I do here. So I'm just walking. I'm walking with the penguin. Anyone can do this. So I wait till I get to this line here. And then I do a big jump. And I do another big jump. That's all you have to really do. If you just walk up to this line, big jump, you should have a perfect setup to get over every time. Make sure you're holding down A. Now you gotta be really careful here. I messed up here. I really messed up here. Wow, what am I doing? But just with regular single jumps, you can really make all these jumps. I'm just gonna fast forward to the rest of this. Alright, so the only difference you're really going to see here is using the slope on the left here to, using this slope. You can jump down, skip that entire section. There's one thing I'm going to want to point out about the star for the next star. For the next, clip, I mean. You can make that long jump, get that star. Alright, so we're gonna... Yeah, that's pretty annoying. Alright, so let's watch this. So I'm gonna jump on this slope. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna jump. Look how much speed we have. And we can carry that speed onto this slope. So what you can also do is from this before the second slope, you can just jump with the penguin and get speed. You do not want to jump when you're holding the penguin on those slopes at all. Going up those like staircase looking things. Because you'll drop the penguin. So you cannot jump at all. You absolutely cannot jump. Very unfortunate. It's annoying, but it is what it is. Alright, 100 coins. The hardest part about this is going to be the blue coins, I feel like. But it's pretty straightforward. You just do a single jump there. Actually, for beginners, I'm actually going to go back and I think it's really important that you see this. All I did here is I got rid of the bully so it wouldn't be annoying. I held up, I jumped, and I held forward. That's all you have to do. Jump over this gap. Watch out for the fly guy. Now, I don't know what the fly guy's up to, but normally you have to ground pound this fly guy right away. But yeah. You're gonna push this block. Hey, what's up, Jonjo? How you doing? Bro, do it again. Now you can backflip and then ground pound. It's a pretty easy way to get this. Now, I regret doing this. I don't think if you're a beginner you should do this. You should go all the way around and come down here for the easy way, but if you feel confident doing that movement, go ahead. Like I said, this tutorial is a little bit scuffed at some points. I keep forgetting. I kept doing like weird strats. Keep in mind, I'm trying to record like all of these in like 1 or 2 days. And I'm trying to just like get these takes done, you know. Yeah, be wary of that shy guy whenever you spawn in. And the worst thing you can do is jump out of spawn, because he can knock you off the edge. It's happened to me before. Yeah, so do not make this star grab complicated, just jump. If you try turning around and stuff, you can easily die there. Just if you're under the star on that slope, just jump. Alright, this should be relatively the same. So this time I believe I do a triple jump. So this is another try you can do. You can do a triple jump ground pound here. You can do a little jump dive. That's a cool strat I kinda want to point out here. You kinda do a jump dive and slide down and then you immediately ground pound when you're in the air. It's pretty cool. So yeah, pretty straightforward rest of the star. Again, you're gonna see me spam jump here. I'm spamming jump. Even in the cutscene I'm spamming jump. And the reason I'm spamming jump, you don't have to spam jump there of course because you can't control Mario, but it's more of a mental thing to remind myself to not do anything stupid there and just jump into the star. So that fly guy kick there, yeah, I'm gonna slow down the video again because like this is important. So this is a really tight margin for the expert clip. This bully never really hits me, but it comes really close. This fly guy's RNG. Sometimes you have to kick him. You can kick him. Sometimes he moves around like he did in the first 2 clips for the star. So, rest of the star I can go fast. I think it's. You can do a big jump dive there. That's actually a little bit tough to understand what's happening. But I do a big jump dive, right? And then I hold back to make sure I cancel the dive on the sledge, and then I immediately ground pound. So that's a really, really fast Really fast strat. And that kick I do to get under there is really tough. Like this overall star is really hard because what you have to do here is perfectly time this so you're not too low or too high. Land in there, and then I long jump so I don't hit the ceiling either. It's really precise. So yeah. There's Shy Guys everywhere for backup coins. There's a on those 2 staircases you take the penguin up. There's a row of 5 on the upper one that you can get too. Row of 5 coins. So there's a lot of backup coins this level you can get. Alright, so we're doing climb to the hidden ledge. I don't remember what I did for the beginner strat. I think I tried to use the spin drift and it didn't work. So yeah. If you can slow kick up there, you can try it, but a jump kick up there. And then I recommend you just using the spin drift to fly into that star. The one on the roof there. And we're done with MSP, guys. Guys, do you guys know what it's time for? It's time for everyone's favorite level. We are going to CC Coral, baby. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I going? Oh, guys. Oh, God. Oh, no. We're gonna have to watch this. No. This is a last-second clip I added. So, beginner, I think the down warp for the star is too hard for the beginner, because I still struggle with it. So, as a beginner, if you really want to, you're running 130, you can swim through the whole entire level. So, we're gonna sit here and watch this. And you guys are gonna like it, okay? Because I said so. Sarah's going for a little swim. All right, now things get complicated. Now this is where things get a little bit tricky. I will do my best to try and explain how this works. I have a hard time understanding it, so you can, as I'm sure many of you know, you can dive through this lighthouse. It takes a couple times sometimes. Now, for Star 1, there's a down warp that exists. So I usually like to come from a little more to the right here. What I'm looking for this down warp is, it's hard to see with this quality, but you kind of want to go in between this wall and this gray floor right here. And there's a little bit of a point here on the wall that's kind of obvious, change in texture, that I usually aim for. I'm like, yeah, right here, this little texture on the wall, and then it's a down warp. So the scary thing that can happen is you can down warp. Can I slow the vid down to 1.5 speed because it's hard to look at stuff really fast, except 2x for boring stuff. Okay, I can do that. I'm just gonna remind you, Teddy, I'm gonna also upload the raw footage for this tutorial. Like the video I'm watching right now, I'm gonna make it public later, so you can always refer to this too. What was I gonna say? So yeah, if you're too far to the left, you can actually down warp into the ship, which is an entire level above this one underwater, which loses a lot of time. So you want to be careful you don't go too far to the left. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, Teddy. Get to 1.5. So expert is basically the same thing, just less of a setup. Insta clip through the lighthouse. Pretty much the same thing. I'm a little more to the left here, which is a little scary, but there's a little bit of leeway. No, actually, I adjusted at the last second. Alright, so I'm gonna do 2x speed again, but unfortunately, for the beginner strat, I do have the player riding the boat. I actually kind of regret doing this. I think nobody should do this at all, and you just watch me get burned like 10 times. This is so stupid. This is just for the memes. I don't think anyone should do this. This is actually, I think, more difficult. Or it's at least way longer than the other method. But, I mean, if you're really... So let me add an emote real quick. Right, hold on. Alrighty. Okay. So yeah, the other strat for this is to lure the fly guy over here. Let me show it off again. So I slide off that. I make sure I look at the shadow here. I lure him in. You basically just want to wait for the fly guy to bounce. I kind of made a couple mistakes here. Yeah, once he dives, he can't really hit you there, I don't think, when you're in the water. So nice T-pose, Mario. Poggers. Actually, give me a second, guys. Hold on. I gotta look at something here. Okay. Technical difficulties, hold on. Okay, we're back. Alright, we're on expert. So I got pretty good luck on this one. So the other thing you can do is just wait kind of near the fly guy. And then bounce off of him. Pretty fast. Alright. Now. Yeah, you can take damage. Another strat you can actually do is if you go for the pro strat and he like what the fly guy can actually do is I gotta go back and explain this actually. What this fly guy can do is he can just go way to the left here, and what you can do is turn around, and when he dives you can jump into him, take damage, and then fall on top of him. It's a really sick backup strat. I don't know if I explained that properly, but okay. So we get to this room for beginner. Yeah, if you at any part in the water, you can jump into the fly guy if he dives, and if you take damage, you just can fall back into him after he bunks you. So yeah, you can be pretty generous here with how high you're shooting the cannon, because you're just gonna bonk on the you're just gonna hit the ceiling and just bonk on the wall. So. So yeah, the easiest way to do this setup is to grab this ledge and line it up perfectly. It's going to be a little hard to see, so I'll slow it down. But there's two different walls here. So there's a flat wall and there's a wall with an angle. You want to wall kick off the wall with an angle, and you do not want a firstie. You absolutely cannot get a firstie here. And you want to hold up, and you're going to ledge grab that. If you get a firstie, you're not going to make it. Okay. This is a little bit tricky. So you want to get an angle on that wall kick, get up there right away. I don't do a setup here, but same thing, don't get a firstie. Now I actually make a little mistake here. And yeah, you can kick. If you kick over the center of these floors, you can break them, by the way. Guess it was hard to tell. Alright, precision swimming. We're gonna do 2x speed for this one. So this is star specific, by the way, I should point that out. So this is a star that's star specific. You have to, it won't spawn in here unless you're on star 4. Same with star 2, by the way. The fly guy star I did is also star specific for star 2. So. Alright, so if you go from the right side, which is a little bit slower, but the setup is easier, you're looking for this this little L here in texture. You're kind of looking for this. This is where the tunnel is going to be, where you down warp to. So let me slow this down just a little bit. Hitting the bombs on purpose. I actually didn't hit the bombs on purpose. So if you're too far to the right, you won't down warp. If you're too far to the left, you're gonna down warp into the red coin room. So you gotta be just right. And you'll see when we down warp here, yeah, right near the star. So again, this is gonna take a bit of practice. It's faster to turn right here. It's a little tougher to see where you're going, but I kind of have it memorized. See, I know right here I'm right. I see this tunnel here. I see the red coin room here. The down warp is like right in between them. And I know I'm in the right spot. Perfectly down warp in the center, so that's another way you can do it. Oh my god. Oh no! No, I don't want to watch. Oh god. Alright, so the good news is, I only did beginner and expert for 100 coins. Now, this is very important, guys. The blue coins here are astronomically difficult for any ROM hack that ever has existed. So, I apologize in advance for me doing the blues on beginner. I just want to point out that feel free to get these Goombas too if you're not confident in your blue coin getting skills. I think on the beginning here I purposely missed one just to show a realistic, you know. I even grabbed this Goomba. Yeah, you want to do a double jump here, wall kick, and then here, double jump, wall kick, hold back, and you get 2 blues. Now, as a beginner, I don't think it's possible to get all these blues, so if you have to skip 1 or 2, it's not a big deal. There's a lot of backup coins here, there's a lot of Goombas. We'll speed it up again. And yeah, the rest of this is just pretty straightforward swimming. You want 86 coins here, usually. But yeah, I think this level is going to require you to do some, do a little hard work to figure out, you know, the best route for you, based on, you know, what you feel like you can do. So there's actually 5 extra coins on top of the ship, and there's also 5 extra coins down in that hole we just passed, near Star 1. So you can swim all the way down there for 5 more extra coins if you want. But you're going to see us go up here for these coins. I'm only going to grab 4 because I need 4. But yeah. You can clip up into the ship from that red coin. Now ideally here you want to stop moving and you grab this red coin star so you can swim directly up into the 100 coin star, and then Mario will face the camera and just be able to face right back towards the red coin star. So pretty cool. You can hear me purposely missing swims there, by the way. But yeah, these stars are pretty boring, so I'm just gonna, you know, fast forward through them for the most part. I think there's only one part of the 100 coin that... when we get to the blue coins, I'll slow down. Again, the Skeeter can sometimes not cooperate, so if you have to get 3 Goombas instead of get the Skeeter, it's no problem. Yeah, I was just mashing it. I was like, wait, this is too fast. I need to be worse at the game for it to be a beginner. Okay. So again, I do double jump, wall kick, dive, roll out, jump, wall kick, and then quickly turn, double jump, wall kick. It's really tough though. Like, I barely got all the blues in time, even on expert. And you see we have 86 here. That's how we know we have enough, because there's 7 reds left, for a total of 14 more coins. This fish is really easy to hit, so be careful. You want to go a little low on the fish. If you go to the hitbox for the fish is really weird too. I think I actually messed this up on the expert. Yeah, I went too far ahead of the star. Lol. Expert's worse than beginner. Alright, we got 1 star left. Again, I only did two clips for this star, just beginner and expert. It's pretty straightforward. There's literally just, you know, a hole in the ground you swim to. Now it's a little tricky to tell, but I'm gonna try and point out where you're going here. I couldn't see that time, unfortunately. but it's under the orange coral, and it's gonna be between in the middle, sort of. There's a map up by the up to the right here. You can go check out where exactly the spot is, but you can see a little bit of an outline of the hole there. But yeah, I kind of swim right into it. It just takes some practice to memorize where it's up. Alright, so this is some class movement I included to get to Koopa Canyon from CC Coral. I only included the expert movement because, of course, otherwise you just swim through the water. But use triple jump wall kick up onto this pipe. You save like a second, maybe. Butt slide. Pretty fast. Alright, now we get to the interesting stuff. So, again, yeah, with CC Coral, Star 2 and Star 4 are Star specific. This stage has some Star specific stuff. So, for Star 1, for a beginner, should climb up here. It's gonna be a star on top of the pyramid. Some little side flip up there, some slope kicks. That's Star 1. Now we do a little chain long jump here. I think we just side flip still. Yep. Now we have expert, and this strat's kind of difficult, but I think it's one of the coolest strats in the game. So what we're gonna do here is chain long jump. So what's happening here is you want to time your A press, like I would say on this kind of this line between these two rows of squares. So what happens is Mario's gonna get his jumpy in. You press A again to do a double jump, hold back, so you can do a triple jump, then hold forward, and you can just jump dive into the star. It's really tough though, but it's a cool strat. All right, so as you recall me saying, you have to reset in Overworld 1 or just reset in general for that Koopa to not crash. So I'm just kind of showing here on the beginner route that you can kind of go slow, take your time, and you're still going to beat the Koopa. This Koopa actually takes a huge turn around here, so you have a bit of time. But yeah, this Koopa race is pretty straightforward. Now you may have heard me mention this before, but I had one run that was really good, and this Koopa just completely stopped right before the bone bridge. I think it was because I finished the race too fast. So I just want to say right now, I recommend everybody who's going to run this game to wait for the Koopa to cross the bridge before doing anything. The reason I didn't check here is I could hear him behind me. I knew 24 seconds was going to be a slow time. But specifically for the expert route, I'm pretty sure yeah, see how fast we're moving. We're smoothing. We're doing triple jumping off of that. So I'm gonna make it over here. Oh, I just went for it. Okay, so in the tutorial I just went for it, but that was really risky. I recommend everyone to stop before this flag and turn around. And once you see the Koopa on the bridge, then you can finish the race. Just to play it safe. Yeah, if you finish the race that fast, there's a chance the Koopa just stops. So just be careful. Now so Star 2 of course is going to be Star specific because it's Koopa. This is Star 3. It is also Star specific because this pyramid is actually closed, and you're going to see what I mean in a second here. This little hole is actually shut on Stars 1 and 2. So you have to wait for Star 3 to do this. Actually, I should add a note to something before I forget. Okay. Alright, so this sound is quicksand. If you fall on this, you die. So you want to be really careful. Now in beginner we went around this chain chomp, which is smart, but you can actually go to the left here and be relatively safe, as long as you stay above them. And then with this triple jump, you want to make sure you kind of hang to the left here. If you're too far to the right, you'll bonk and you'll die. The triple jump up to this star, you mean? This star here? Okay, I can explain it. So yeah, this statue, this nose protrudes out, right? It protrudes out. So as it gets closer to this platform, like the more you are to the right, the further out this nose is going to be. So the further you are to the right, you're going to bonk on this. So what you want to do is go more to the left and just land here, right? Just land there. Or if you are far to the right, you want to hold back on the control stick, and I might do this on expert, we'll see. So you give Mario time to get enough height to get over the nose of the statue. But as long as you hang to the left side of that of the nose of the statue, you should be fine. Yeah, I can understand why that'd be confusing. Alright, so this is a little tricky. I stayed on the ground so the chain chomp couldn't get me. So right here, yeah, so what I did here was, I can show you again. I didn't wait for the flame, so I triple jump. And I held left right away, because I knew I was too far to the right. I held left, that way I can land up here. Yeah, this is really hard. Oh, we're doing red coins? Alright, I'm doing 2x speed. I'm not even gonna bother. So the hardest part about this star is there's 2 Koopas you need to get that run around randomly, and you really have to hope they don't screw you over, so... So the reason I'm running this way and not going straight towards the over here is because there's an invisible wall and you can get soft lock on that slope, and I'll explain a little bit more on the other difficulties. See if there's anything else I need to point out. Pretty standard reds in the hundreds, you know. You want to be careful with that jump if you're doing a dive rollout. Long jump will easily make it, but you get stuck in the sand. Those Yoshi coins are worth 2 coins, or I guess dinosaur coins. Yeah, again, those Koopas can be a pain. So if you ever miss 1 coin, there's a Goomba over by the Yoshi coin, and there's also some Goombas by spawn. Trying to think of any other backup coins. I think there's some Goombas by the pyramid, possibly. We'll double check in a second here. Alright, so this is relatively going to be similar to beginner. We go in the water right away instead. Again, we avoid the left side of that slope because of the invisible walls and the potential soft lock, so... Seems like it's slow, but it's saving the run. Again, these coins I'm grabbing on the pyramid are for a reason. You'll notice I have exactly 100 coins when I spawn the 100 coin star, so... Or like when I get my final row of 5, I get exactly 100 coins. So it is important to get those coins on that pyramid. Or those steps. Yeah, there's some Goombas here in case you miss a couple coins along the way. And like I said, there's gonna be a Goomba behind this. There's a Goomba down there. So this little pit here is quicksand. Don't walk in here. You will die. Which is why I waited for the Koopa to run over it. The Koopa's invincible somehow, I don't know how. But you will die if you go in there. So now we get to expert. So there's a couple things I gotta explain with this star. It's coming up here. Same as intermediate so far, but we got another strat here. Alright. This is really, really tough. So yeah, you gotta get a long jump here, and you want to avoid this section because there's invisible walls and soft locking everywhere. So you long jump. You want to hold Z, see how I'm holding Z, so I get an instant jump. This is similar in wet dry world 100s and reds. Do the same exact thing. You're long jumping on a you're jumping on a steep slope, you're holding down Z, and then you're pressing A to jump. It's the same thing. So I do an extra jump here to get a little more distance. And then, yeah, this is really hard. I don't recommend anyone goes for this. It's really easy to fall in the water here, but it's a really sick strat. Hope you're having a good one, Captain Yoshi. But yeah, that's really, really fast. Same general movement though, we're getting the same coins on the steps here. Rest of the stars just has some more refined movement. Nice. Hope you enjoy your time off, man. So actually, one more thing I want to point out real quick is this dive rollout. Okay, let me point this out. If you miss this rollout, you fall all the way down and you lose like a minute. So I recommend, if you want to be at safe, just take the long jump and sink in the sand. I just am confident in my movement, so yeah, it's really easy to fall there. Again, relying on good Koopa luck, which fortunately I got while recording this. Save ending though. Kind of regret doing intermediate for the star, but it's all good. Because I think the nice thing is people who are kind of getting better and better at the game can refer to this tutorial to like know how to evolve their strats over time. So for beginner, I have people doing using the tornado here over that quicksand pit. So that's one way you could do this, because the strats we're about to see are pretty hard. You think you're for the right fountain? Appreciate it. Alright, so here, this is really tricky, because these slopes are like... So, you want to kick up here, you want to make sure you don't jump too late. Yeah, this is... I'm going to slow it down for expert. For sure, when we get to that point again, because this is really tough. So I can explain it a little bit more. So on expert, I don't take them to line it up, I do a jump here. Yeah, so what you want to do is jump as much as possible, or as much as you need to keep lined up. And you want to make sure you stay away from the edges, because it's easy to fall. So this, I'm going to be honest, this is going to be one of the most annoying stars in the entire game for especially beginners. This sand is really annoying. Yeah, no, I didn't do the frame walk. Please go watch Dackage's World Records and PBs if you want to learn the frame walk. I don't like the frame walk in this level, so... But, I mean, as you saw, I did the star for the most part, but... So, if you fall in the sand, I recommend going back to the start, or what you can do is you're actually able to just, if you spam jump, you can ledge grab this here from the sand, so. Now, what's up, King Curls? If you're more confident, you could do this. This is the speedrun tutorial. We're over halfway through. We're over halfway through. So yeah, this is just an awkward star. Like, this star for me is the easiest when you just do it like this. So what I did, Captain Yoshi, was I made 351 separate clips. So for each star, beginner, intermediate, and expert, and other sections of the run. So 356 total clips. I recorded all of that gameplay, and then I compiled it all into a video editor, all into one video. It took forever. I did a lot of work this last week to get this done. It took so long, yeah. That's why I didn't stream for like an entire week almost. I was working on this.
Here we go!
The reason it's 5 hours, yeah, you have 3 difficulties for almost every star in the game, so. Alright, so for beginner, I talked about this earlier. So if you're a beginner runner, I highly recommend unlocking the metal cap, and this is partially why. You're going to see it in the next 2 clips. how hard the BLJ is. So this is the intended way. Again, if you're a beginner, you should have the metal cap unlocked, especially if you're doing metal cap reds. This is pretty easy though. You're just doing single jumps. It's not bad at all. Yeah, I'm really proud of the work I've done, CY, for this, for sure. And then this toad should give you a star. I have 130 stars in this file, so it's not going to give you a star, but should give you a star. You'll drop out of here, and then you're just going to swim to Bowser 2. We're almost to Overworld 3, guys. We're almost there. Alright, so now we're going to take a look at this BLJ. So if you notice, I go directly with the wall, I get a straight angle back, and you want to try to get your stuff stuck under this pipe. And the backwards long jump here. Sorry, I have a cold. I still have a cold, by the way, so that can't be helped. But yeah, BLJ into here. And that BLJ setup was pretty slow, so. And now we're gonna take a look at the expert BLJ. And there's something else I want to point out that's really, really subtle here. I want you to look at this angle, how I'm slightly facing left. So when I get to this pipe, this is because if you're slightly facing the other way, Mario doesn't do the BLJ. So getting that slight angle is important. That tub gives you a star, and then yeah, the Bowser 2. Alright, now time for Bowser 2. So, the beginner, I have the beginner route doing the normal, with a couple skips here and there, but just the normal route, because I think the beginning wall kick is too hard. So you just want to, long jumping to this top of this bullet bill thing may seem intimidating, but it's really easy. You're just holding up and long jumping, basically. Alright, I think I kind of didn't know what to do here for beginner, because I thought this would be too hard, so just bear with me here. There's another method to get up there that I'll show you in a bit for the next beginner clip, so don't worry. So I actually think the easiest thing to do as a beginner here is just long jump and take 2 lava bounces, and I think I do that for intermediate, so you'll see what I mean. Okay, now we have the fight. So as I have taken time to do single jumps, avoid these bullies, and just lure them to the edge, do some jump kicks, maybe some ground pounds if you want. Pretty simple fight. Just watch out for this fire splitter in the middle. And alright, so for this, for intermediate, I have a good setup I found for this wall kick. So you're going to want to wall kick kind of between these 2 dots here. Or kind of between these 3 dots, kind of right here. Because part of this wall is hard to wall kick off of. And then you're going to land on this, you're going to instantly jump dive, and you can skip the whole level. And then I believe this is really easy, you just take 2 bounces, and you'll make it pretty much every time after a long jump. And if you're worried about only having 2 health left, there's a few coins you can grab here, so like that. Now, this strat, people ask me how this works. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how this works. Maybe someone smarter than me in chat can tell you. But basically, what you want to do is lure the bully to the side here, and then when he gets to the side, and then right when he turns, he faces Mario. Then you want to backflip, and he'll fall through. I see a lot of people make the mistake of backflipping too early. You have to wait for the bully to turn and run at you, or at least turn. Alright, so same strat, but we don't need a camera setup. You hold down Z, jump dive off the statue, pretty fast. Classic 0-star movement. Pretty good. This is also going to be really, really fast. And that is it for... Oh, not yet, not yet. Alright. So we're going to go through this again. Okay, thank you, Jerb. Objects lose collision when Mario gets away from them, so the bully just falls off. I see. Thank you. So that's a lot easier than so the intended way of doing this, I'll explain this. The intended way of doing this is you can hold on to the bottom of this grate. You're supposed to climb across this on the bottom while these bullet bills are shooting at you. It's so difficult. So please do that. method instead. So I think I get hit by a bullet bill here, and I decide, you know what, I'm gonna show everyone the easy way to do this. Wait. Okay, I drop back down. So the easiest way to do this, if you're confident in your wall kick skills, you can just wall kick off these walls, and you can get up there. If you're a beginner, it's whatever you want to do. If you want to deal with the bullet bills, if you just don't want to deal with them, it's up to you. So we're gonna be headed for the star over here. This star can be really difficult if you go fast, so just feel free to take your time. Just long jumps, pretty easy. So we're doing the intermediate setup again. So I'm gonna... This is really tough, I'm not gonna lie, this is really hard. So... You're gonna see why here. You can actually long jump off of the flat part of the statue, but it's really tough. You can see I messed up here. But you can still make it with 2 lava bounces, so... It's not a big deal. But these spikes here are all made of lava too, so you want to be careful not to touch them. Or you'll die in that situation. So here I'm going to get the double long jump. Yep. I stick 2 hits though, and then you can land on the grave from up there, and like this movement's really tough. Really, really fast. Alright, so after that, you want to reset after Bowser 2. So the Penguin Race and CCCandy does not crash, and then we head to Fatal Flame Falls, course 13. Very fun. This is a really an interesting level for the beginner. So I have the beginner kind of going around the level here, taking their time. We're going for the bully star here. We're not going to do the clip, we're just going to do it the intended way. So yeah, pretty straightforward. Alright, so this is where the run gets a little juicy, because I feel like this is one of the hardest strats in the game. So I have a slow setup here, but what you want to do is get it... Yeah, I messed up there. So you're going to double jump off this, and when you land here, I want you to notice my control stick. I'm holding up left. I kind of shake it to go left a little bit so Mario like doesn't get stuck on the slope. You want to give Mario room to jump, so you want to move the control stick either back a little bit when you triple jump or to like slightly to the left. Yeah, that strat's really hard. So if you don't want to do it, I don't blame you. It's really tough. If you want to just go around the level. And now we're gonna do what's called a bully clip. You want to be careful not to knock this bully too close to the edge or you will knock it in the lava. But yeah, basically the way this works is you just want to hold towards this corner the whole time. Lure the bully. I'm just holding up left. You fall through. Easy as that.
Here we go.
Same movement again, just really fast. Alright, so there's a couple stars that are going to be star specific. Alright, so this is actually, even though this is beginner, this is not the intended way. The intended way is to use the metal cap to go up a lava fall here, but I trust in the beginners that they can do this. So you're going to go on this platform, right? You're just going to hold up and long jump, and then you're going to turn, you're just going to jump and hold A, and then you're going to hold up. I'm going to show it again slow. It looks hard, but I think it's doable. I think it's doable. So hold up, turn the camera, jump, hold up. I know I make it sound simple and easy, but with practice you can do it. Otherwise, if you want to do the star the intended way, because you probably have the metal cap unlocked, then yes, go for it. And the way you get to the star the intended way is through the through the volcano using the shell. Alright, so it's a similar strat, but just a little faster to get here. Alright. Now for the strat. Jeez Louise. So for this strat, I make sure to line up this corner here with kind of this corner. I long jump, hold down Z, jump dive, and then yeah, that's a really hard strat, but it saves a lot of time. That start takes a lot of practice to learn. See, I believe on Star 1 these platforms were not here, which is why I didn't use them. But after Star 1, I believe these platforms are always here, so feel free to just use these to climb up. So we're going for the star on the tower here. I believe I did this the intended way for beginners, yep. It's pretty simple platforming. Intermediate's gonna do this triple jump again. Again, I want to reiterate, I want to say again, when you're doing this triple jump, I know how hard it is, but you just want to make sure, when you hit this triple jump, do not hold up. When you hit this triple jump, do not hold up, because Mario's just going to triple jump and immediately slide down. You want to hold either left here, or kind of like a up left, maybe a little back, because you're giving Mario room to actually get the triple jump, if that makes sense. Hey, what's up, Neo? So you can just lava bounce up there. Now on expert, you're gonna notice something. I get up here and I'm gonna wait a little bit and then I'm gonna jump, because you can't get there too early or else you can't make it up there. Because it's too high up. But really fast. This star is one of the biggest run killers I've ever seen for, like, I would say beginner to intermediate runners. This star is a run killer. I've seen so many people struggle with this star. So for the beginner, we're gonna show two different ways to get the star here. The first one is just the intended way. We're using these platforms. I made a mistake here, but I think it's good that I made a mistake to show the right way to do this. So you can't just single jump up there. You kind of have to get a double jump, or just kick up here. All right. So what we're gonna do here is this is kind of be really tricky for beginners, I think. So you're gonna ledge grab. You're gonna climb up. You're not gonna move. You're gonna hold Z. So you hold Z, see I'm holding Z, you crouch, you're just going to backflip. You're not touching the control stick, you're going to backflip, right? That's all you're doing. So you climb, ledge grab, climb, hold Z, backflip, right? Watch my control stick, and then I hold up. I held up, like, right after you backflip, you want to hold up so you land up here. So I'll show it again. Because I know this is really hard. I'll show it frame by frame. Alright. Yep, you can see look at my control. I do it really early, but you don't have to do it this early. If you look at my control stick in the bottom left corner here, it's neutral. Neutral, I backflip, and then I hold up. Right here, I hold up on this frame. So right when I'm in the air, I hold up. That way Mario can backflip and land up here. If you hold up too late, you're not going to make it up there, I'm pretty sure, so. And then you want to do it again. Same thing. And then just take your time. Even as an expert, I take my time. I just walk around that edge. It's really tight. So we're going to do another beginner for this star, and I'm going to show you an alternate way to get there if those platforms on the wall are a little too tricky to climb up above the lava. You can go near the red coin star spawn here. And let's see. What am I doing here? Okay. You're going to want to climb up here, line up the long jump with this corner, just long jump, hold up, and you can make it over here, and then you can skip the hard part there. You're going to do the same thing, ledge grab, backflip, hold up, same exact thing. Again, just simple single jumps and double jumps and ledge grabs. Okay, I probably should explain this. This is where the run's gonna get difficult. I'm gonna have to start explaining shit. Alright, so here, you know, we do a big slide across. You want to try and jump as early as possible to get a big distance. And you're going to slide here, you're going to jump. Oh, wait, okay. I still did that. Double long jump again. Okay. Let's speed through this. Same thing. Okay, so here, if you're really fast and you have a good jump, you can actually skip this entire first backflip and just get the second ledge there and only do one long jump. Or one backflip, I mean. So yeah, pretty good. And now we have reds. Now, this was a big pain in the ass for me, trying to figure out the beginner route for this, because... So, my apologies, but it's going to consist... The beginner route here is going to consist of me, like, looking around and figuring out where to go. Doing some math in my head, trying to figure out what coins I need. If you're a beginner, I recommend just doing this route. It's kind of unoptimal to, like, grab this box and go back, but normally we get the section done right away. But since beginner can't do that triple jump at the beginning. If you notice, I left that red coin alone down there in the box, and you'll see why later. With the beginner route, it's a lot more convenient to just grab it later in the star. By the way, the shell, if you're gonna do that one star I was talking about with the metal cap, if you want to use the metal cap, you need to use this box as a shell in it. You need to use the shell, and I will show you what I mean. You need to use the shell to go into this tunnel, and then you can get that one star the intended way. You have to have the metal cap unlocked though. So yeah, really easy to get knocked up by the bully there, so you want to be careful. So now we drop back down, we grab this red coin. This route's kind of scuffed, I'm not gonna lie, but it's all good. Alright guys, we're making progress.
Here we go.
Alright, so we're gonna do the hard triple jump. See, I messed up there by holding the wrong direction, so. Anyone have any questions that you wanted to ask so far? Like Teddy, do you have any more questions yet? You haven't asked any questions in a while, so I just want to make sure you're not missing anything. That maybe like knowledge that you need. Because yeah, there's not much to say about 100 coin stars. Like you just have to watch them. We're in the route. My day's been good. I had a good social gathering earlier, and then I got home and I worked out. I ate some fish and corn and rice, and then here I am. That was my day. One of my family members had a birthday, so it was fun. Then I did a good upper body workout today, and you know. I guess I should say there's a certain amount of coins you're looking for when you get to the Goombas here. I think it's like 83 or 78, 78 maybe? 76? Somewhere around there. Yeah, this is the pro route for hundreds. Yeah, how's your guys' day going? I mean, these 100 coin, like I said, these 100 coin stars are pretty straightforward, so we have time to chat a little bit. I have the frame walk coming up that I'm gonna have to explain, so I might as well take the time now to chat. So I intentionally hit that bully there to like land up there. It's an intentional bully hit. That way I'm guaranteeing the bully doesn't hit me off the edge. I'm hitting it and landing. Yeah, so there's a bit of lenience with this star. Like, I have 2 extra coins right now. You can miss 2 coins with this route and still be fine. Okay. This side flip is really tricky because you can't really see anything, but if you just hold up and hold back, it's a normal side flip. Alright. Here we go. So... again, this star, so star 6 unfortunately does not have the like those little stairs there, and you have to. This is actually a must-be star-specific star. Let me check my notes real quick. I think this one's star 6 needs to be in star-specific. Oh yeah, also star 2 in this level has to be done only after star 1 is grabbed, the one with the rising and lowering tower. All right. No, there's no lag in this game. Unless you're running on console. So I went over here because I thought there'd be an elevator that I had to ride. I forgot where the elevator was for the star. But what you want to do here is there's lava here. There's fire. You want to line up kind of with this angle. The fire's going to spawn. I think a good double jump here on top of the fire and just hold up. And then you just fall into the star. Pretty simple. Same thing for this star, just quicker to get there. You can butt slide if you stop burning and you have to back it up. Alright, so I think we're going for the frame walk here. There's 2 volcano stars, so we're just gonna do the expert. Just jump into it straight away. Again, expect a booty burn. Have to back up a booty burn, just in case. So, what you're about to see is a frame walk, and the only time you should do this is if you're running 80 star and going for world record, and that's it. And I'll explain why in a bit. So I have up bound to this button, and it's allowed because emulator players can play on keyboard, therefore they can, you know, use the up key to do frame walk, or you're just mashing up. So we're allowed to map a button onto our controllers to be up. So I failed it here, but double jump. When you get to the super steep slope, you just spam up to do a frame walk. So, the only reason you should ever go for this is if you're running 80 star and you're skipping reds and 100s here. And the reason is you can only get this star by selecting, because it's star specific. If it's star specific, right, it's star 6. Therefore, you actually have to get the red coin star for the I'll go back and show you. So hold on. These flames right here will only spawn on star 6, meaning the only way to get into this volcano using these flames is on star 6. Therefore, you have to do reds to be able to do this star. An 80 star for at least the world record route, reds and 100s is a really long star, so we use the frame walk to just get up the volcano using the frame walk and never have to do star 6 or reds. Or not have to do reds to get the star 6. No, the reason you're allowed to do that in ROM hacks is because keyboard players exist, and keyboard players can naturally do frame walk using the arrow. In Mario 64, it's not allowed. You can frame walk, you just can't do the analog to digital thing, like change. You can use the control stick, like Ouija, Dowski. Ouija and Dowski are 2, maybe Rock Chalk, that do the frame walk using like the Hori control stick. Alright, now we're in Cloudrail. We're going to Wind Cap. So, Wind Cap is hidden in this stage. We're just gonna jump on the swamp here. What's up, Moldov? And, alright, so this is gonna be really tricky, and I'm gonna explain why. When you're doing this run, you get into the Wind Cap stage, you have to move your ass quick, because you need to get to this cannon. So I highly recommend, if you're running 130 star, if you're for some reason you're doing this star and 80 star, you need to be fast here. because you gotta get to this cannon as quick as possible because you don't have the wing cap unlocked. You're only getting it because, you know, you spawn in the level with the cap. And what happens is, if you don't make it to the cannon in time, I don't think you can make it to the ship with a regular cannon shot. I could be wrong though, but you have to climb the ship the normal way using like the big chain, and it's really, really tough because there's like a breeze. Now, I don't know how I feel about this strat. I says beginner, but this is really hard. So you're gonna want to walk and just like grab the coin, and this looks crazy, I know, but hear me out. So one of the hardest parts about Mario is doing what I call a stop and start, where Mario runs one direction and then you hold back and he runs the other direction, right? Well, sometimes what can happen is Mario can do a little semicircle, and you do not want that to happen here because Mario's gonna fall off, right? And of course, what I did here before I came over here, I went and unlocked the wing cap switch. I recommend doing that if you do this red coin route. You want to unlock the red coin switch, or the wing cap switch as soon as you get on the ship up here. So what I do is I grab this red coin, I let go of the control stick, and then I hold left. That way Mario ledge grabs, right? I climb up, and then I walk back. That way you avoid the weird semicircle mistake while trying to do a stop and start, if that makes sense. And yeah, now I'm going to show you the rest of this route. I'm going to speed through this pretty quickly for intermediate, or I'm just going to speed this pretty quickly for beginner. Okay, so this long jump, as long as you clip into this fence, you're going to get the red coin. So it doesn't matter what angle you really have, as long as you clip into this fence, you're gonna get the red coin. That's a bit of a tricky triple dome dive to get in there. Now, there's a reason you'll see in the later star, but you can actually backflip and land up there. But because that's really hard, I just dropped down for a beginner, and we're gonna go back towards spawn here. Again, there's a breeze here, so just be careful. And there's the final red. Now, this is going to be really tricky for beginners, especially because this is a really high up star in this hot air balloon. So what you want to make sure you do is, you can see me being really careful, getting a lot of height on my triple jump, and I'm just holding down. I keep holding down here to make sure Mario just stays up. It's really slow, but it guarantees you make it to the hot air balloon, so. Alright, so this is just going to show off the intermediate movement, how to get to the wing cap stage. Just another 2 hours left, guys. Again, just gotta hustle your bustle to the cannon. I should test out real quick if you can. I don't think you can make it onto the ship. It's a really tight cannon shot to make it onto the ship. Okay, this is where things get tough. The reason I had that weird strat for the first red coin on the beginner clip was because this is really, really hard. Really hard. If you're confident and you're flying, this isn't that bad. So what you can do is go towards the edge of the level, towards these windmills, turn around. And now, what the trickiest part about this is if you know how Mario's hitbox works when he's flying, above Mario's head, there's a lot of room to get this coin. But, unfortunately, below Mario, there's a tiny little hitbox, right? You can go right above a coin and not grab it. So you're going to see how, like, just barely, I'm barely not touching this. It's so easy to land on this plank and just slide right off. If you do land on this plank, don't panic, don't roll out, just let Mario slide and hold right so you can ledge grab. Just in case that happens. A lot of people will land on the platform on accident, on their belly, and then they'll roll out right away, and that breeze just throws you off the edge. Just don't even roll out. Have the self-discipline to just not roll out. Now I think intentionally here I make a mistake to show you what happens. Let's say you, yeah, like oopsie, I didn't get the red coin, what do I do? Pretty simple, just wall kick. Easy to grab that red coin again. Again, as long as you clip into this gate with the long jump, you're gonna get the red. Rest of the star is pretty straightforward. I think I did the backflip here. You gotta hold up after the backflip to get up there. You don't need that extra wing cap, but just in case, if you feel like you're a little slow, just grab it because it sucks to fall here. All right, so now we're gonna get a good look at the expert movement, especially to get to wing cap. Now, I think this is one of the most difficult and scary parts of the entire game, is this here. Yeah. I will say, I recommend for most players to just grab this box and then bounce up to this warp pipe. Just for most players, I think that's the best thing to do. Again, that's that saves like a second using that flomp, but it's really risky. There's only really one part of this star that I want to point out of being really, really hard for expert. It's right here. So I basically shoot right away. And yeah, this is extremely hard. And you can imagine why. It's really easy with the very small hitbox below Mario's stomach when he's flying. It's really easy to miss this red, so if you miss it, just do the intermediate strat, turn around, and get it again. But yeah, that strat's really, really hard. So ideally, I mean, of course, the switch is not going to be unlocked, so you're going to triple jump and dive off of it towards this box. Alright. And then the rest of the star is pretty much the same. But yeah. This here I don't grab the wing cap again. I know I have enough time. I took a big dip down there. So, okay, a general rule, I'll say a general rule for flying, if for those who don't know. Here's a general rule. See, I start my flying here, right? And I'm at level height with the star. If you dip down, you're gonna be able to get back up to the same height. As long as you get, like, a good dip here. It's just a general rule for flying. Or a general, like, the way the physics work. Okay, now we're here in Cloudrail Station. I think I'm gonna have to slow down at least for these stars, I'm gonna have to slow down the video here to normal speed. So for the beginner, I actually have the beginners using the box because I think the intended way is harder. So when you grab this box, it's kind of gotta be where this white little speck is. A little to the left, actually. And if you notice, this control stick on the control stick display, I'm holding back. You want to just hold back the whole time. Until you, like, actually bounce. You want to hold up. Right after. I recommend just ground pounding until you get this B. Get him out of your life. We don't want him. We don't like him. And then these swingers, you just want to take your time. No need to rush. But this is a big run killer for a lot of new runners, especially in 80 stars, so remember, not dying saves more time than dying, even if you're doing a slow strat. So intermediate's going to be kind of the same, but we're going to go a little fast here. Yeah, this is... That sounds good, maths. Don't worry, I'm gonna upload this stream to YouTube, so you can watch it back. I just skipped that completely. Even for like 8, I think you're definitely capable of learning 80 star. Plus, you know, I know you said you gave up on your 130 star playthrough, but I can show you some strats that can help you get the last stars if you haven't gotten them yet. Okay. Alright, here's the pro movement for this. It's really tough. I don't recommend doing this, but it's still the same thing. You grab the box, except when you get up here, you turn around right away, you dodge the B, and yeah, you just go super fast. I don't recommend people should go for that unless they're going for like a really good time. Alright, so I'm gonna do 2x speed for this whole thing because you're just riding on an elevator the whole time. Just a word of something to note. These bees cannot kill you unless you jump. If you literally just sit on the elevator and do nothing, the bees will not kill you. They will not kill you. 99.9% of the time. I'm trying to think if I forgot anything. For Cloudrail Station, you have to get star 1 to be able to do the star, by the way. You need star 1 first for this elevator to spawn. Yeah, I only did the one star for this. I will say I did omit doing one thing here. I actually think I remember that too, see why? I will see if they will. Maths, hopefully. So normally I side flip here. I hold right and I side flip up, but I just recommend waiting the extra couple seconds to jump off. You gotta be quick though, because the elevator falls. Alright, so I only did one difficulty for that star, because just riding an elevator. I don't know what I'm doing here. Thank you, Tyler, for the good luck. So yeah, you want to make sure you ground pound that first. You just want to ground pound these bees before you do anything. But for beginner, we're just gonna chill here. You know, we're just waiting until we make it in here. And actually, what you can do is wait for the elevator to get here and just long jump to here. It skips a good amount of that. Now, I know I'm in Order Cam, but I recommend you're in Lacto Cam in here because it's really easy. I believe this is the wing cap star, so. Oh, I fell. Wait, why did I fall? Oh, you know, I wanted to show this movement for these elevators. Just in case you fall, I wanted to show the elevators here. It's kind of tricky, though. Alright, so the tricky thing here... Oh, I'm doing this star right now, okay. The weird thing about those wing cap boxes is you can, like, ledge grab through them and, like, fall through. I don't know how to even explain it, it's weird. I'll ask, like, one of the speedrun.com mods to add it when I upload this to YouTube. Alright, so this triple jump's kind of difficult. You want to have an angle and then just hold this direction to land on here. Yeah, very similar thing. You notice I'm very careful when I go up those wing cap boxes because it's easy to like fall through and like ledge grab. Alright, so here is the pro movement. Oh, I got hit by the bee. That's unfortunate. So right, I don't go in. You notice how I don't move? I'm not moving, and then right when I see the yellow of this, I instantly go. That's the visual cue of when you can go. See how I make it in? I think that's a really good visual indicator. Yeah, this is pretty difficult movement. Alright, now we get to the fun stars. Again, I recommend just killing the first bee before you even get on this elevator. It just makes life so much easier. Camera movement, bro. Alright, so here, this is going to be really tricky, I think, for beginners especially. So what you want to do is get a wing cap here. So I kind of got this camera lined up. This is a good angle. If you just kick, just press A and B at the same time. Now, I got really lucky here. Normally the wing cap will fall and you'll fall with it, but if you can stay up here with the wing cap, that's really ideal. And then you can use the wing cap to fly all the way over here. Most of this, I'm just going to do 2xp because most of this is going to be similar to what we've already seen. Same movement as before. It's going to be the same thing with the wing caps. Now I know the camera setup looks really slow, but you'll see on the expert in a second here that With Expert, it's really fast. So I make sure to kill the bee before I even go, like, think about going for this triple jump dive. I just don't want to risk it. I don't know what I was doing there. I normally side flip here. I don't know why I'm doing a triple jump, but there you go. Just need to get up here. So I purposely fell here, just to show that if you do fall, it's still possible to fly. Again, showing the physics of flying, where if you start at a certain height, you can dip down and then fly back up to that height typically. So yeah, do not worry if you fall there. All right, this star is going to be a little bit rough for a beginner, I think. These giant ass thwomps are a pain in the ass. So you want to make use of this box here, and ideally you want to time it to when the thwomp is on the ground, but that's fine too. So yeah, you do not want to long jump when the thwomp is going up, because it can eat your long jump. So you want to wait till the thwomp is on the ground, not moving, or just sitting up in the air, not moving. And there's so many there's so many slopes in a thwomp that it's really easy to just not get a long jump at all. So here I'm gonna show a little mistake. I overshoot the thwomp, and it's like, oh no, what do I do? Right? I don't have a box anymore. All you have to do is side flip off of one thwomp and land on the other. It doesn't matter which one. You just have to time it where if one thwomp is on the ground and one thwomp is up, you just have to wall kick on the thwomp that's up and land on the one that's on the ground. Now for the pro movement, if you're feeling brave enough, this is not easy. You want to make sure you have an angle. I should really. So I turn my camera one camera turn to make sure I'm facing this way. And then I zoom in the camera here. The reason I zoom in the camera, I hit C up, was to make sure I can see when Mario lands so I can get the rollout. And then I do a dive rollout, I do a jump dive. Fortunately got lucky with that Thwomp's RNG. Made it up there. Alright, time for this star. So, for a beginner, I had to come up with kind of a new route here. So yeah. We do not get the blue coins typically, but I figured, you know what? If you're a beginner, just go ahead and get the blues. At least 2 of them. Give yourself some extra coins. I don't know why I went back up there. I forgot that I got those coins. I think I completely skipped the ring of 8 there. But yeah. This is another star that I think is one of the biggest deterrents for people running the 130 star especially. So this route really isn't that bad. There's been nothing yet that's been like super scary. Even that long jump's not bad. And if you take it one elevator at a time here, it's really not that bad. Just take your time. So just big long jump there, take the damage, just play it safe, it's not worth it. See, like, I think people think of this as one of the hardest stars in the game, but, like, I haven't really done anything too crazy in this star yet. It's all just been really simple movement. You know? I like to grab that one coin in that box there, if I have the time, because why not, if you're waiting for this, swinger. Alright, so you want to be careful and make sure, okay, I had enough coins from the blue coin switch that I could skip that entire section, so I'll explain that in the intermediate. But yeah, there is a red coin right in this little patch here with that white spot. It's pretty well hidden. So typically what I like to do here is jump dive into this star. I don't believe I'll do it this time, and I'll explain why in a second. So yeah, this jump dive. So if I long jump into this star, or I single jump, what can happen is this bee here can knock you off and you can dive. if you dive towards a star, the worst that happens is you just dive through the B, which happens there. So that's a really, really small change of movement that can change a lot in your run. Because if you long jump and you get hit by the B and you die, like, you lose, like, so much time. Like, minutes in this level, so. Alright, so for the intermediate route, we're not getting the, we are not getting the blue coin switch. There's a lot of extra coins here. You really don't need the blue coin switch. I was just showing, you know, you can get it. So there's supposed to be a Goomba up here, but it fell. Yeah, this is relatively pretty similar, other than getting those coins in the middle there. Similar to a beginner. Trying to think of anything else I should mention. The expert is going to be really scary for this. Alright, so here. The scariest part about here is you have a bee flying around, so I think the biggest priority you should make here is kill this bee. Unless it runs away like that, then don't worry about it. But typically I try and get the bee right away. Yeah, I could have died there if I didn't ground pound it. I could have, who knows where I would have gone if it knocked me off the edge. Alright. So, I did not get the blue coin from that Goomba, so I was like, oh no, I don't have enough coins, but you can actually head over here, get on this train, and there's an extra 8 coins there. So, there's always backup coins just in case that happens. Alright, so now we're going to Expert. This is the current route that I do, the current strats that I do in my speedruns. Let's see. Yeah, this is pretty tough. That's a pretty hard strat. Yeah, we're gonna go to normal speed for this. This is a little bit tough. The hardest part about this is... Actually, I want to go back to this wall kick just to explain what I'm doing here. Alright, so when I get this wall kick, I get 1, 2, and then if I were to just hold left here, I'm dead. Because I'm going to bonk on this wall. So if you watch my control stick, I'm holding up right. So I give Mario time to get out of the way of this wall. And there's plenty of room to land, so. Yeah. Yeah, this is rough. It's so easy. I don't recommend doing this movement because it's so easy to accidentally dive instead of kick. Don't worry, Inkstar, it's not that bad. As long as you take your time. Again, like I said, just get that 1 coin out of that box, because why not? If you have to wait for the swinger anyways. And that's it for Cloudrail Station. Again, I hope I jump dive here.
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, that can happen. Yeah.
Here we go.
You always want to be okay. CCCandy time. I'm gonna take a break. Actually, I haven't taken a break in a while. So, yeah, for Cloudrail Station, there's only 1 star that's star specific, and that's star 2, to get the elevator to spawn at least. You basically need to do star 1 before anything else. Yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to take a break. My voice is dying. But we're like 2/3 of the way done, which is great. And we're getting near the end of the run here, so that's definitely exciting. I'm gonna run an ad and I'll be right back. Hello, guys. Whew, we're on the home stretch. Like, all I have left to do with this tutorial is finish this stream, or at least finish this commentary, upload the video, timestamp it, and then I'm done. I'm tired, man. My voice. I'm doing alright, though. You fell asleep? Really? How was your nap, man? Well, I'm looking at. I'm just looking at something on my phone real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay, are you guys ready to get back into it? At least I don't have to play the game right now. I'm just talking. All right, we're back. On your brother's couch, nice, man. All right. So beginner for Star 1, the penguin. This is gonna be tough. I'm not gonna lie. For beginners, this penguin race is really hard. Again, we reset after Bowser 2 and Overworld 2 to make this penguin not crash. So yeah, you're gonna want to practice this race. The penguin will slow down if you're a little late. So the biggest concern is if the penguin finishes anywhere in this vicinity, the penguin can just fly through the wall, and you have to just get a different star or exit the course and redo the penguin race. It's really glitchy, unfortunately. So. So yeah. Pretty straightforward. Penguin finished here, which means I didn't really finish the race too optimally. Now for expert. Oh no! My editing! I thought I edited that out. Oopsie. The entire video is ruined. Okay, what I will say about this movement here is... you notice how I instantly jump off this pole? There has been a couple times where there's just been a Goomba chilling right here and I instantly died. So I don't recommend doing this. I just do it because I'm an idiot. But it'd be really unlucky for the Goomba to like be there. Which it's happened a couple times, so it can happen. Alright, now if you finish the race as fast as possible, what I like to do is go to this corner and it lures the penguin for some reason to hit this block and finish here. And that's kind of ideally what you want to do. Okay. What's up, Lay Sauce? Krusty Krab, I am pizza. Alright, what star are we doing? I don't even know what star we're going for the robot star. Okay, because the robot climb is so difficult, so for the beginner, I had to come up with a new way to do this. So, yeah, I'm even messing up in my tutorial. Pretty cool. Alright, so if you just go here, dodge this flame, if you just backflip, you can make it up there. Backflip, you can make it up there. And you can double jump to get up here. It's pretty simple inputs. What's tricky is this section here. It's really hard. So, unfortunately, there's no really easy way to do this. You have to just kind of lure these dominoes to fall. And then just go. That I don't know how didn't fall there, but you want to be careful, but don't go too slow. So you'll see us climb this robot with a really sick skip, but I think for a beginner it's just too hard. It's just too hard. Also, you're going to notice compared to the expert clip for this star, you actually go and talk to the Bob-Omb back here first. And it's because we use the cannon for the target star. And every difficulty except expert. My voice is dying because I was at a social event this morning and this afternoon with family, and I was talking a lot, so I've just been talking all day long. But I'm having fun. I'm excited for this to be accessible and help people learn the game. Someone in my chat was asking Andrew if this can get put on, I think it was Math's vlog, if this can get put on speedrun.com in like the guides when I finish the YouTube video. Like the raw data, or the raw, I gotta explain this. The raw video of the footage, and then this stream I'm gonna upload to YouTube. I think that'd probably be a good idea. Okay. So, the first thing to note is there's Goombas everywhere. Just be careful with the Goombas. I think only mods can, Andrew. I don't know. Okay, so there's one thing I'm looking for. You guys see, it's gonna be hard to see, but there's this little thing that looks like an arrow, right? So, what I do when I do this strat is I look at this arrow and I'm trying to be on the right side of it. And you'll notice me line it up here. I double jump to the, like, kind of on the right side of this arrow. I wall kick, and I barely missed it, but that was really close. It was really close. See, and this time I went a little more in the center. I think the trickiest part is you gotta wall kick off this robot hand, and you gotta kind of hold upright. And yeah, it's just really hard. It's one of the hardest tricks in the game. It takes a lot of practice. I could just ask Space or Tomato Bird anyways to do that. You always made it look so easy. It's so hard, dude. Again, for intermediate, we want to talk to this Bob-Omb. Open the cannon, once again. Now you gotta be aware of this fly guy kind of lurking above. So the easiest thing to do here is to long jump into the wall and do all these wall kicks, and I can explain why, actually, specifically. So, you might ask, streamer, why not just press A and jump into these wall kicks? Because you can actually accidentally talk to the Bob-Omb again by pressing the A button. Because apparently if you can press A or B to talk to the Bob-Omb. But if you long jump, you're not going to talk to the Bob-Omb. So, plus long jumping close to a wall actually gives you a better chance of wall kicking versus a single jump. Because you need more space with a single jump. So yeah. Yeah. I'd have to ask someone in the ROM hack server maybe. I don't know. Alright, so yeah, you can see, like, here I do it extremely fast because I just know the setup. I see the arrow, I go above it. As long as you hold upright while kicking off of the robot hands, you can get out of that arch. It's really hard though. Oh yeah, Dackages. Thank you, Dackage. So what I'm gonna do, Dackage, like I said, I'm gonna upload this stream to YouTube, and then I'll also make this video on YouTube public of just the raw footage. And then viewers, do you guys think I should do that? Should I just like make both videos public so people can like see my commentary video, but if they don't want to listen to me talk, they can just watch my my video, this video of me of no talking, just gameplay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Do both. Alright, so I came up with this thing. You can do a little handstand to get up here for the 5th secret as a beginner, or you can just jump off the tree normally. But yeah, secret's still a fun star. Ooh. Andrew, you gotta send me a picture of that Hori. You can send it in my Discord if you want. I'm a Hori if you know what I mean. Not to be too crass here. We're classy in this stream. We're not crassy. I'm a horror-y for a horror-y. Alright, why am I watching this? Alright, now for the expert movement. This is one of my favorite. This is my favorite star in the whole game, I think. Just this movement here is so sick. So dive cancel off the back of the airplane. Dive roll out. Insta side flip. Insta side flip. Triple jump dive. It's just so clean. And then if you get a firstie here, it's just so insane. Oh, I didn't get the firstie. I'm trash. But you can actually get that secret just by diving kind of near it. So there is a strat here that other people do that I don't, and I'll explain it real quick. So you can actually single jump and wall kick off the top of this arch and get up like a firstie. Or if you just wall kick off the top of this, you can get the secret, but you can't be too high up. I just don't like this strat because it's inconsistent. Also, nice speed punch. What was that? Alright, now we're doing moving target. So for beginner, we're gonna have to use the cannon. So let's do it. Now, let's see, what is my CCCandy? Okay, I'm gonna read my CCCandy notes. It says robot star is hard. Open cannon for target star. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay. I have notes I'm looking at here. So it's a pretty easy side flip. Alright, so this cannon shot, I know a lot of people are intimidated by this cannon shot because it feels like, how am I supposed to hit this cannon shot? Like, what the fuck? But, here's the thing. So, I came up with a consistent setup. If you make the top of this arrow, right? The top of this arrow is right here between the white and the red. As long as the star is anywhere in between here, you're gonna get it. So, and you can also bonk and still get the star if it's below Mario at least. So ideally you want to wait till the star is like at the top of the red circle. But for anyone that's looking for like a good visual cue, that is one I came up with last week. So same movement, we're just going to the cannon this time. I actually used to do this on my 80 star runs because I didn't know the cannon skip, which the cannon skip or cannonless. We will look at it in a bit here, but again, I'm gonna just reiterate. I think I do a little better representation here. Top arrow there. I wait for the star to go up, and then I shoot. Because I know by the time I get there, the star's going to be right in the middle of the bullseye. So
Here we go!
that way you're not just having to guess. I used to guess every time at the target star, and it was really scary. But yeah, that's a good visual cue to have. Now for this, again, same robot climb. It's as ass as it always has been. It's trash. Now, you can skip the cannon entirely. This saves like 8 seconds, I think Seiko told me. I think it's 8 seconds if you don't have to talk to the Bob-Omb and watch the cutscene. So, you kind of want to line up this circle here with this corner, because that's going to lead you directly to the star. So I kind of go immediately, but feel free to set this angle up. And you want to make sure you long jump at the very edge here, and you hold up the whole time. Now, if you do it perfectly, there should be no way you miss the star. There's a couple ways you can miss the star if you do this. Number one, if you have a really weird angle or you're way too far to the right, there's an invisible wall you can hit. I've hit it before. If you're too far to the left, you can actually land on this target, but you can be fine and back it up. You can make it. You can just walk up here and then drop down. And number three is if you long jump too far back, and by the time you get down here, let's say like the star is here and I'm like way back here, you're gonna miss the star because you don't have enough speed. So while this does save a good amount of time, it's definitely one of the hardest strats in the game. So yeah. And now I think I'm doing 100 coins. What am I doing here? I don't know what star I'm doing. No, I'm doing the ice cream star. Also, don't worry guys, you probably might be wondering, well, how am I supposed to figure out what star to look at? You know, I will timestamp, or maybe I'll ask someone to timestamp each clip in the run. in both videos. I'll try and take the time to timestamp everything, which it will be like 300 and something timestamps, which will be crazy. But or no, maybe I'll just do like one for each star, and then like people can just sit for the difficulties. Yeah. But yeah, I think the ice cream star is pretty straightforward. Not much to say about this, you know? This is a little scary. Viewers usually tell me that they get scared when I do this. You need a perfect long jump here to skip the ledge grab, and then you can just run off and dive into this ice cream, like this vanilla ice cream, and you can just roll out onto it. So it just eats your dive. Alright, now we have the 100 coins, which this was one of the biggest pains in my ass. I had to re-record this for so many times because I kept like somehow dying with like a lot of coins. Alright, so there's a couple things I want to point out here. So because this red coin is so tough, I want to just simplify this into simple inputs. So all you have to do here, hold up, just press A. That's it. That's all you're doing. No jump kick, no long jump, just hold up and tap A. Worst, you're probably going to ledge grab this. Right? You go on this block, you're going to grab this ledge, again, hold up and press A, and then do a little dive to make sure you get there. Very simple. I think people overthink sections like that all the time, and you just really have to break it down to, like, even if you go a little slow, just very simple sections of movement. Then we got a couple moving blue coins that we grab. Got some Goombas. Alright. Now, this is where things get tricky again. We're going to do the same backflip here that we did before. You can backflip onto that card too if you want. Yeah, make sure to get this Chuckya. Now, when you get this red coin, it's very easy. All you have to do is just hug the wall, long jump back, hold up, and that's it. If you're just hugging the wall on that long jump, you're gonna be fine. Alright, we gotta go through Domino Hell again, unfortunately. Alright, I'll take a look after the star, Andrew. So, because we can't do the robot climb it, because we're beginners and we suck, right? Ooh, there's also 8 coins on by that chain chomp if you want them, but I don't think you need them. Gotta get this red coin. Got a long jump down here. Now we're back on like a similar route to, well, no, because grab this red coin and we can go towards these 3 Goombas here. Yep. Now, for the sake of example, I missed a blue coin here. I missed 2 blues actually, just to show. Well, okay, like, oh no, I missed 2 blues. You know, what do I do? And that was the reason I killed the Chuckya earlier. Because now you're gonna see me floundering around here looking for a way to get to this part really easily, but I kind of messed up. I thought you could long jump down here. Didn't quite work out for me. So I think the easiest way to do this is triple jump and then wall kick and double jump up there. Okay. Let's speed this up. Yeah, we never see the dominoes because we use the robot skip, so it's kind of goofy. There are also 8 coins, I believe, around the cake there that you can grab as backups. So. As you can see, even intermediate, I'm taking my time on those blocks because there's really, like, you could not take your time there and risk losing 20 to 30 seconds from a death, or you could take your time and lose like 3 seconds. It's not that bad. Yeah, this is gonna be different than the last 100 coin route because we're doing the robot climb, so this is pretty much the exact same as the expert route, just a lot slower. I would just skip this, but for the sake of the YouTube video, I want to go through every single clip. I want to be thorough here. We only have like an hour left, so And this will be like less than an hour and 15, less than that, because again, long jump. Skipping the Chuckya because intermediate players should feel confident in their ability to get all these blue coins coming up, I would say. A lot of new Pokemon. I think I missed so I missed one blue there, right? Now I'm going to do what I was talking about earlier. So I'm missing 3 coins. All you have to do is more than you'd think for Hidden Palace. It was exhausting trying to figure out beginner and intermediate strats. Alright, so there's a snowman here, and we all know the big snowman clip that we have, right? So what you want to do, don't side flip immediately. That snowman's chucking snowballs at you, you know? So you wanna come over to the side of the cake, make sure the snowman's not gonna get you. Yeah. Now this is the pro route. For expert, oh, intermediate was actually the hardest because I did the tree strat, and I don't think you might know what the tree strat is, where you use the tree to climb to do the skip. Expert was really quick. Most expert clips in this tutorial didn't take me long. It was the intermediates that took me, and beginners that actually took me some tries of like. I kept dying on hundreds and red point stars on beginner and intermediate because going for like different stuff I'm not used to that's like supposed to be easier, but. Yeah, this is the same as intermediate, just faster. Again, you might be thinking, why have 3 levels of difficulty, right? You could just have like 2, just have beginner and expert. But the thing is, I think it's important for runners to be able to refer to a video where you can see the evolution of how fast a star is, you know? And giving at least 3 comparisons. Because I think most runners are going to fall into the intermediate category anyways, so. It's very tedious. Trust me, I know. Oh, we're already here! Okay, we're in Bob-Omb Battlefield Factory. Alright, we're nearing the end. First star is gonna be top of the level. So this is beginner. So I came up with a really nice I think this level is probably really intimidating for a lot of beginners, so I'm just gonna talk you through this for a second. So what we're gonna do as beginners is we're just gonna, you know, go the intended way. Double jump here, and actually we're gonna head over to this row of coins over here. These are some, these should be easy wall kicks for just about anybody, but I could be wrong. Make sure you dodge the Hippo. Yeah, so we're beginners and we're already like we're already way in the level. Like we can get any star now, so. Alright. So just giving yourself some space, do a little double jump wall kick. Alright, let's speed through the rest of this. I just wanted to show you, you can jump up the slope if you want. You can also triple jump over it. There's many ways to get these stars. Okay, let's slow down. Slow down, Sally. Alright, this is a pretty hard strat. You gotta triple jump. Double long jump here. I think I highly, if there's one thing I highly recommend, it's this movement right here. This movement is so good. Any 80 and 130 star runner, like this triple jump is not that bad. Triple jump dive, hold back, double long jump, very simple. I probably should do this myself, but it's a little bit slow. So you want to make sure you long jump at the very edge of that so you can get a good height on your wall kick. You guys, so the only star-specific star in this level is gonna be star 6 is the only star-specific level, or star-specific star. So that means you have to get every star in this level before you can get the last star, star 6. So I highly recommend, if you're running this, just do everything in order by star names. It just makes it easier. I mean, you can really do it in any order you want. Actually, you can do this level any order you want, but you just have to do star 6 last. That might be a bit difficult for a beginner, but it's just, you know, one wall kick. It's not that bad. Alright, Flop Star. I think I got good RNG on this clip, for the most part. Yep, pretty good. Alright, here we go. This is where things start getting a little juicy. Let's slow it down just a little bit. So same movement as beginner, or the same beginner movement as always. Alright, so you might be tempted to... I'll show you guys something real quick. So the star we're going for is this one over here. So if you climb to the right here and long jump, I'm pretty sure there's an invisible wall that stops you. So that's why I'm dropping down here. So you want to be careful. If the chain chomp hits you, it's fine. So we're going to long jump here. And it's very simple. Just long jump to that. Jump to this. Very simple. Very easy. Little double jump kick. And then just ease your way to the star. But then... we're gonna get to the intermediate and hard stuff. This is where it gets very difficult. Alright, this is especially difficult in my opinion. This strat right here. The speed kick into the triple jump dive. Yeah, that's tough. Alright, this is the first time I've ever done the star intended, so this was actually fun. I enjoyed this. I still think this is the best idea for beginners. Just do this intended. It's not bad. Because the strat I'm about to show you for the next two clips is pretty hard. Alright. Alright, so I have to slow down here and explain this. Okay, so right here, what I used to do was kind of wait. I would ledge grab and let the camera pan over, but you can actually, so I kind of recommend doing that. So if you're at intermediate skill level, you notice how the camera's turning to the right? Because like what the camera likes to do in Mario's anywhere is Mario Cam likes to go behind Mario, right? So you can take advantage of that here by just letting Mario grab this ledge, let him hang there, or let him stand there and let the camera turn. And the reason you want to let the camera turn here, actually I'm doing it right now. Notice how I'm setting up this camera angle for this long jump, right? That way when I long jump over here, Mario's going uphill, so you can just slope kick all the way. So it's all about having a good camera angle there to set up the long jump. So you can either just wait for the camera to turn by the ledge, or you can just turn it yourself. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have a clip in here. That's the first thing I've... Wait, that's the first clip that is missing. Okay. Uh-oh. Guess I have to... Guys, I guess I have to delete the video and do it all over again, right? Another 20 hours of work ahead of me. If you're curious how this is done, like, if I don't have it somewhere in here, just watch my world record, or watch Daka's world record or something, and just find the star. It's mostly the same as this, just like I just do a jump dive here, right away when I land, so. Same with Dakage. Unless it's sprinkled somewhere in here, I don't know. I kind of figured I would be missing a couple clips, because I tried to get through it as fast as I could. That's okay though. Alright, so reds and 100s for beginner. This is going to be tough because we have quicksand in a lot of places in this level. We've got wind, we've got heave hose, we got a lot going on in this level, right? So for a beginner, doing the 100s here is going to be tough. Ground pound there is really good to make sure the wind's not messing with you. I think getting rid of that Bob-Omb is smart. So if you're a beginner, you just want to take your time, mosey on down here, and make sure you grab that red coin. Reminder, this is insta-death quicksand. You want to be careful. You kind of want to just let the chain chomp hit you there. You're taking 3 damage. It's no big deal. Yeah, and as a beginner, representing a beginner, I just took my time to set up this long jump. That is going to be really difficult for beginner 130 star runners, I'll tell you. I don't think you really need those. These 5 coins are good backup coins after you spawn the red coin star, just in case. I don't really think you need those 5 coins, to be honest, but I think as a beginner I grab them. I also grabbed these. Or I didn't grab those. You can grab those coins too. Let's say if you're not... Oh, I'm going to grab them right now. Okay. This bullet bill is kind of scary though. But here's the thing. I think I grabbed all these coins because I was scared of the missing blue coins. Or like, I was scared of the thought of like, there are some runners that are going to miss blue coins for sure. Okay, here's the thing. If you're grabbing those extra 5 coins, I think as a beginner you can just skip these and just grab this red. I don't think it's worth going for these. So you can probably just skip those coins if you're a beginner, in my opinion. Alright, I just want to make a point here. So for a beginner, I'm going nice and slow. But whenever you jump down to this pipe, I highly, highly recommend do not kick. Just single jump. And the reason for that is, well, what just happened is, let's say you single jump and you barely miss the pipe, you're gonna ledge grab, hopefully. If you kick and you barely miss the pipe, you're dead. So you want to avoid kicking before you, like, trying to get into the pipe. I know, like, some runners, including myself, have a bad habit of doing stuff like that for some reason. But yeah, just single jump towards that pipe. Yes, I'm pretty sure a lot of extra coins right now. I'm about to have 94 here. Yeah.
Here we go!
Alright. I was just showing what was in those boxes. Alright, this is intermediate. Let's see what we do here. The Bob-Omb. Okay, so we long jump. You can just long jump to that red coin if you feel confident. So slightly faster than beginner. I think I'm just gonna speed through this one. Intermediates I can usually just speed through, they're pretty straightforward. Expert might have something I need to show. See, I single jumped into that pipe there, so no matter what I was probably landing, or at least ledge grabbing it. Yeah, so one cool strat we do is we kick a Bob-Omb to destroy that box, and it's possible to get a double star spawn there too if you get lucky. It's happened to us a couple times. Had a couple of sick double star spawns. For those who don't know what a double star spawn is, it's when the red coin star and the 100 coin star spawn at the exact same time. Because you grab like the 100 coin like a few frames after you grab the red coin star. Something like that. The 100th coin after the last red coin. Alright, I'm gonna have to explain what's happening here. So, I believe I'm the only person in the world who does this. Who's ever gone for this strat. This is a 130 star thing. But this is extremely hard. So what I try and do here is have a little outward angle because this is an arch, as you can see. So you want to make sure you land on here, wall kick, give yourself room to jump dive out. It's very, very fast. Saves like a few seconds over just doing the normal movement, but highly recommend don't go for that. Oh, this is good that I made this mistake. So let's say you do... Oh no, I got a bad angle, right? What do I do? Well, don't panic, right? It happens. Especially if you have no notches like me. Just wall kick, jump dive back. Not as hard as it looks. Not as hard as it looks. But again, same route. I'm just gonna speed through this. There's really not much else to say. Oh, okay. Let's go back. We have to cover this. Just like I said. I get to this warp pipe. What do? I single jump. Look what happens. If I kick here, what happens? If I kick, I'm probably not taking damage because I kicked like low enough to not take damage, so I'm gonna hit that pipe and I'm gonna die. But because I single jumped, I still got a ledge grab. So it's pretty poggers. You already have those fire spitters, by the way, when you're collecting those blue coins. Alright, again, we're gonna see the Bob-Omb kick into the box. That's 4 coins. This has coins. These 2 boxes have coins. And again, there's that row of 5 coins and that beginner row, that vertical row of 5 that you can always grab. There's a Goomba here too if you need it. Swag Goomba bounce. Alright, so yeah, we missed 1 star. And that's kind of annoying. But, I mean, what can I really do, you know? At this point, I'm not going to go back and re-edit the video and add it in. Yeah, I somehow lost the clip for the expert for at 1 stars. Oh well. Yeah, so this is the exact same as that 1 star, but in this level, but just flames everywhere. Not too bad. Alright, so I know this looks scary, right? So we're gonna slow this down. I'm gonna talk through this because people see me do this shit and they get so scared, but it's not that bad. So you gotta wait. I think here a double long jump again is good. You gotta wait a little bit here because you gotta wait for that flame to go away, but it's essentially just the same thing. It's not that bad. Same movement though. Climb up here, long jump, roll kick. Yep. Now, what we're about to do here is going to look really scary, but there's really no, if you do this movement, there's no chance of getting hit by the fire. Dive, roll out, jump dive. Like, yeah, if we go back and look at this, I understand why this would look really sketch. I mean, look at this. Look at that. If you're really scared of this start, you can just do the beginner route and go around. It's no big deal. Alright guys, that is it for... That is it. This is the last level before Bowser 3 and the replicas. So, Starlight Runway. Okay, here we go. We're going to start with Star 1. Now, I'm going to do 2x speed here because you guys guessed it. We are headed to the Glory Lands. Yeah. Oh no, wait. We're doing this method first. Never mind. Never mind. I lied. I do have a clip of climbing the entire level for Star 1 though. So Star 1, as many of you probably know, is the pipe clip star or the star at the top of the level. Now this is the old way to clip into this fence. It's inconsistent, but it's less difficult than the new method. So I think you just want to long jump from, yeah, kind of back here, and Mario can. You gotta jump out of it, and then you just have to side flip up into this pipe and just spam A to wall kick. I got lucky there. But yeah, you wrong warp up to get that start. And I still don't understand why that really happens, but, you know. Now, I'm gonna do 2x speed because we're gonna climb the whole level, but I guess we're gonna get some good scenery, so. If you really have trouble wall kicking on that pipe or can't get through the gate, then you could do this. Like I said, guys, I would love to see more beginner level and intermediate level players run this game, especially like 130 star. So I'm just trying to make it as accessible as I can. Yeah, these bowling balls are scary, by the way, so just be careful. I think this is harder than the pipe strat, though. This is the pipe wall kicks. Yeah, I don't recommend doing this, but if you want to, I just included it in the tutorial just in case. Alright, so here we go. We gotta start. This is a stage I'm gonna be going normal speed a lot because I gotta explain shit. Okay, you guys see this little square here? So this little square between these 2 big squares, this line here is the visual cue. This is where you want to long jump from. You want to be perpendicular to this wall, and you want to long jump from here. See, I long jump, you can even see the dust. Long jump right there. You want to keep holding up. Long jump again. Alright, that's how you get through. And the reason that visual cue works is it's the perfect spot to clip at the bottom part of the fence. That one took longer than last time. Alright, now for the expert method. So I'm going to try to explain this. This is a very consistent way to get this. I actually had a few failed takes. I had to re-record this a few times. Okay, so shout us the Tomato Bird. I think he found this. I'm going to... Yeah. This is Tomato Bird. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys Tomato Bird's chart real quick. So this is what he does. Yeah, like this is the clip he sent me years ago. Pretty sick. I'm gonna point out a thing or two about the setup specifically in a bit here. So his method, you get a good lineup, so you can do what he does, or you can do what I do here. Now, you want to be kind of going down right, and these two dots right here, these two little bolts, that's where you want to triple jump off of. See how I triple jumped right there? This is where you want to triple jump off of. So you triple jump off these two little dots, and then you want to wall kick off of this wall right here where my mouse is going. This edge, you want to wall kick off that. You can see me wall kick off of it, and you want a delayed wall kick. It's a really difficult strat, but it saves all the headache from trying to spam A. I would say don't go for that unless you're going for world record. If you're just, I mean, if you get it down, you get it down, you know. But I would say just like, if you spam A enough with the regular wall kicks in the pipe, you'll get the star. All right, so I did this for the beginner. You clip through that wall. Now I tried to like provide kind of a lineup here. Barely made it. Yeah, let's kind of speed through this. I also included a second beginner video for I included a second beginner video for this, and this is going through the level normally for this star. Which this isn't that bad. The hardest part is this room right here with these spinning platforms. You just gotta long jump off of them. Just don't stand on these platforms. Just long jump the second you land on it. This room's pretty easy. Just patience. And we're in this room. Fun fact: some of you guys maybe have never seen that before, but that is the way you're supposed to get down here. Isn't that exciting? Okay. Intermediate. This is gonna be the same thing but faster. I just want to note, you want to be close enough to, you want to be super close to the wall so the Chuckya can push you through. I've seen people make the mistake of, I also want to point out something else here. So you want to be close enough to the wall, right? Secondly, you need to make sure you long jump at a good angle, and you don't want to jump too far forward because you can bonk and fall. You want to try and move Mario kind of into the void here while he's falling, because he's not going to hit anything when he's in the void. So you can see me kind of going, I'm kind of wiggling a little bit, going a little left, and then I hold right, and I'm in. So that's another strat that's just going to take time and practice. Sorry if my explanations are getting a little less effortful. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I've been talking the whole time. But yeah, I want to warn everybody about this room actually. So I recommend, just in general, with this room, just take your time, because a lot of these, especially this one right here, you want to wait till like this is flat to triple jump off of, because you can like glitch through these and clip through them. Even here, like, I go uphill so I can get a triple jump, but waiting for it to go flat again and lose like 5 seconds is probably best. Alright. Take your time going on the slope. Reminder, this is insta-kill quicksand. You need to be careful. This is kind of too much. I don't think you need to do this, but like, if you're a beginner and you've got time to lose, grabbing this ledge and lining this up perfectly, probably smart, because that is a very thin bridge. Big chain bridge. I'm gonna just, we all know how to fight the hand boss Mario 64, right? I'm not really gonna spend too much time on this one. Okay. Oh, we're almost done, dude. I'm so exhausted. Oh my god. My throat. Thankfully, okay, what I am excited for, guys, remember the two strats I was talking about that use fixed camera? They're coming up. They're coming up, and I gave a little teaser. I said there's two different stars that use fixed camera. Yeah, I'll do Rocket League after. Oh, I'll play Rocket League after. There's two stars for beginner strats that use fixed camera. And I didn't spoil what they were, but now you guys have a better idea, because we only have like 15 stars left. There can only be like so many stars left that use a fixed camera. And I will tell you guys, they're both replica stars. Both really, really hard replica stars that I use fixed camera to make it a lot easier for beginners. Which is, I'm really, really happy about that, because I think fixed camera is something that people don't really know about. Really, apparently? That's funny. Okay, sorry, I zoned out. I gotta explain this. Okay, here's the thing. So for the expert strat here, you want to line Mario up just under the amp. And you can actually go towards the door here directly, but if you're like aligned with the amp or under the amp, you can just jump dive straight up here. You can be like right above the amp and make it. You can literally roll out right in front of the door, so just a lot faster. Okay. Bowser 1 replica and something else. I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it. I will not confirm or deny if that's right. Let's just say, after Mathslog was complaining about a couple replicas, so I decided to really, like, work hard to figure out doable strats. We're doing secrets, by the way, so I need to, like... So, like, actually, both of these things are cannons, I believe. Alright, so we're gonna have to slow down the VOD here. I'm gonna have to talk through some stuff. Alright, so everybody is scared of this star. Everyone sees this star, like, the star sucks, right? But actually, the star's not that bad, because all it is visual cues. That's it. And maybe a little bit of platforming. So you kind of want to be above this white dot for this cannon shot, and maybe a little higher up. This is a little bit too far back, but I'm probably barely going to make it. I'm going to be like way too far. Yeah. So you want the cannon to be a little higher up above the white dot, but just above the white dot, kind of where like the color changes from dark to like gray. Yeah, and as long as you, like, again, this is another example of just don't kick. Do not kick. If you just single jump here, you're gonna ledge grab. If you want to kick and just, like, guarantee you get the secret, I guess, then sure. But yeah. Because if you go for the ledge grab, if you try and land on there with a kick, which I actually do that because I can do it, but I don't recommend other people to do it because it's really hard. Yeah. Now this is a new strat that I came up with for specifically beginners and intermediates, because I do it for that too. So getting the second secret, if you just go up on these blocks, you can just long jump in the middle of this ring. Very simple. Never seen anyone do that before. I don't know. Maybe some other runner has done it, but it's a very simple. We've already skipped 2 cannon shots going through rings, basically, and we're still at beginner difficulty, which is really good. Again, demonstrating how simple it is, just beginner single jumps and ledge grabs. Alright, this is the hardest part of the star. So I need you guys to pay attention. So, here's how you know where to shoot the cannon here. You have the rightmost, this is the rightmost and tall, like upper right ring, right? You want to go here. You're gonna see this cloud, right? You're gonna see this little dark circle, and this little tinier dark circle. Okay, what you want to do is you want the upper arrow of the cannon this triangle, you want the left point of the triangle to be right here. So lined up with the top of this hole and right under this hole. That is the perfect shot. I'm a little low right now, so I'm going to move it up. Too high up, too far down. That should be about perfect. I panicked though. That looks good. It's a little far to the left, but it should work. Yep. So the most annoying part of the star is you have to memorize and practice using those visual cues. Now you're going to see me spam Z here probably. No, I didn't spam Z at all. So the reason I say spam Z is if you shoot too high, what can happen is Mario can go over the ring, and if you go over the ring and you just slide off, you're not going to get the secret. But if you always spam Z in this situation, no matter what, you're getting the secret as long as it's lined up. If you overshoot, the second you leave the ring, you'll ground pound and go right through the secret. So always spam Z on this cannon shot, because when you're flying out of a cannon and Z does nothing when you're actually like in the air, right? It's just a safety precaution. And there's no reason not to do it. Now for this last cannon shot, it's pretty straightforward. Again, we're going to do another visual cue here. So we have this last ring in the middle. It's below the ring we just shot through. This weird looking like snake, whatever you want to call it. We're going to go to the top line here, and we're going to line up the hypotenuse of this triangle, the longest side of this triangle. We're going to line it up just under the top there. That's perfect. Yeah. So the goal is, you can go a little bit lower, and Mario will just go through the ring and you'll get the secret, right? If you go too high, you'll bonk and not get the secret. Ideally, you want to bonk and get the 5th secret. That way, you're not flying all the way across the map. And you're doing the fastest possible method. I recommend getting coins throughout the star, because you're going to be taking damage, probably. Especially, you're taking 4 damage there no matter what you do, if you bonk, so. Alright, we're going to speed through intermediate, because it's really the exact same thing. Although, this cannon shot, this is a much better visual cue. I think bottom arrow, kind of where the color changes from black to like gray, this is really good. Still above the white dot. This is a really good spot to shoot the cannon. And you're about to see why. Land right here. You just gotta be careful of getting hit by the bowling ball though. I got hit by the bowling ball, I didn't die. That kick right there, I kind of recommend jumping and just ledge grabbing this. And then long jumping down to here. Yeah, we're gonna do this easier strat. I'm just gonna skip through the rest of the star because we've already seen all of this. Exact same stuff. Let's see if I spam Z here. No, I have full confidence. What am I, dude? I'm disappointed in myself. What am I doing? Yeah, same thing. Alright, this is expert. So this is pretty much just gonna be really fast. Instantly lined up the cannon shot. Little too far down, so I went further. Long jump straight here. Now this long jump's a little tough, which is why I came up with that strat for beginners and intermediates. So the scary part about this is if you're too far to the right, you're missing that ledge grab and you're missing that secret. So that long jump's a little tricky. Be careful. We call those the Roombas, the Roomba vacuums. Be careful. Those things can squish you and you can die pretty quickly. So, all right, same thing. I'm hoping I'm spamming Z here. Oh, there it is. Okay, you can see it. You can see me do it. Look at the controller display. See, I'm spamming Z. That's what you should do. I think I was specifically spamming Z because my cannon shot was a little high up, so I thought I could slide off. All right. I guess I can show this ending movement. This is a triple jump dive into the star. Pretty good. Alright. Okay, beginner hundreds. So it's a bit different than the normal route. We go all the way back here first, because getting up onto the sphere is kind of difficult. Use the crazy box to get up there. Oh my god. Relatively the same route though. We're still getting blue coins. Here. Now, I changed my mind here. I don't think a beginner should be on this light bulb. Just go around. Actually, I changed my mind after I grabbed this red. I said, wait, I'm gonna go this way. So yeah, just ignore the light bulb. Just go around. Not worth it. Doesn't take that much time. So yeah, for those who struggle with side flips, I think the easiest way to do side flips is what I'm doing here. So if you have Mario hug the wall, get the camera behind Mario, hold down and up. It's really easy way to do side flips. We go left instead of right. Get these 3 coins. Okay, so this this is gonna be one of the most difficult things for me to explain because, well, it's not difficult to explain. It's just so difficult to. I have to show you the expert movement to be able to fully explain how to dodge this Roomba. So this is a lot of runners' kryptonite. I've lost many runs in this little area because this vacuum Roomba thing, like, can squish you and you can die, like, instantly. So, I want to just point out what I did here. So, assuming I'm a beginner, I don't know how to do the pro movement. So what you want to do when you get down here is as soon as you grab that coin, jump. Instantly. Try and jump right away. Because that Roomba is coming for you. It's coming for you. Just jump. And if you get on top of the Roomba, you can get stuck on there sometimes, but you should be fine. And then just try and stay on it and keep double jumping until you ledge grab. It's really the best you can do. I will show you the expert route for the star. And then you'll see like the optimal, really easy way to dodge it. But the movement isn't easy. Again, beware of the bowling balls. I don't believe we do the double star spawn as in the beginner route. Built up a lot of speed with that shell. Yeah, so. Yeah, so we try and long jump from the satellites here, but you can triple jump up here too. I'm just trying to get through the rest of this tutorial, so sorry if I'm speeding through it. I'm gonna be slowing down in some replicas, so I'm just gonna speed through this star. It's just all the same stuff, same movement. We go on both sides of the light bulb though. Same shit, same shit. Other than this here is different. So again, I want to see what I did here for the Roomba. Bro, what is happening? Okay, I think I got. Yeah, I just abandoned ship and redid it. It's smart. Oh my goodness, dude, that Roomba is guarding the red coin. What is happening? I don't remember this. Okay. Yeah, so that just goes to show you can still survive down there as long as you keep jumping. That's weird. Alright. I guess I could show the coin. Yeah. Alright. Alright, this is expert. Relatively the same stuff. You can launch it from here to there. I will point out, this is a little tricky. If you know a thing about Mario 64, you know slopes are weird. There's an upward slope starting like right here. So you have to be slightly downhill to get a long jump here and not get caught on that slope. Very, very small thing you wouldn't notice unless you actually play the game. Especially it being like a white object. But yeah, this is, you know, relatively the same. It doesn't really change until we get to the Roomba. know, fast Chuckya movement. Alright, so this is really important. I need you guys to pay attention. This is really important. So get the box, double jump. Okay. The best way to get this red coin is just to send it. And you'll see what I mean. Side flip, double jump, kick, dodge with the Roomba, double jump. Oh wait, okay, I messed up there, but I still had time to make it. I still had a little bit of time to side flip. But this is the I'm gonna go through the movement again. This is what you're supposed to do. You can probably watch my world record if because I'm pretty sure I do it right in my world record. So you double jump, kick over the Roomba, grab the red coin. Right here, I was trying to do a kick and do a double jump, but you can just jump and then double jump here, and you get a ledge grab every time. It's very, very simple movement. Or, you know, go watch the 2-hour speedrun. Go watch the 2.5-hour PB 130 star. How about that? I won't promote my own run. Watch my world record. Yeah, bro. I didn't work for that. I didn't work for that for nothing. So what we're setting up here, by the way, is a double star spawn. So what I'm doing here is I am purposely avoiding this coin here. I'm grabbing these coins, and you'll see why in a second. I kind of explained how double star spawns work earlier, but you're about to kind of see it in full force. So I'm jumping off that rocket to get a lot of speed, and you can see both stars spawning at the same time. It saves a good amount of time, a few seconds. And it's one of the easiest double star spawns I think in any Mario game I've played. So as long as you have enough speed, you can get that. I miss it a lot though. I don't know why I missed this double star spawn. Maybe it's not as easy as I think. But we still have a few stars left in this level. We've already seen this movement. We get the star in here. I'm just trying to get through this. Oh my goodness. Yep, long jump from that line. Oh. Okay, guys, we just have Bowser 3. I'm excited for the replicas. Okay. Alright, so beginner movement for this. Feel free to line up this long jump because it's really easy to fall through the clouds. For those who don't know, if you fall through the clouds, you will fall back down to the overworld, like Peach's, or the castle moat, so. A star's gonna spawn here. Now, I was kind of floundering thinking about how to do this during this recording, and I was like, wait a minute. So the easiest way to do this, in my opinion, as a beginner, getting up here is really hard. Just do a triple jump wall kick with this camera angle, and just delay your wall kick a little bit. As long as you don't get a firstie, you're almost guaranteed to make it up there. So. Alright, so I'm just... You don't have to do it this slow, but I was just demonstrating what platform we're looking for. The platform with the fly guy flying above it. Want to go straight up to this dot. And we want the left dot to be contained within these 4 triangles, but want it to be to the slightly to the right of this left triangle. That's the general visual cue. And there's a little bit of leeway, but you want to be careful. Okay. Now intermediate. I almost fell there. You can long jump to the left or the right, by the way, whatever you want. Okay, Toad Star spawns, grab it. You can just slide flip wall kick up there. Again, cannon shot. You know what's going on. I kind of want to show off the expert cannon shot here, just to show you guys how fast this can be. You can just go straight to this dot. Like I know where this dot is, so I just haul straight there. I recommend though just taking a look to make sure it's the right dot above this platform. All right. Okay. Oops. Bowser 3 time. So. Again, this is just really simple movement. Just dodging the fire. This level is really, really intimidating for even myself. I probably have more hours in this game than anybody. So just take your time. Now, this is one of the hardest jumps in the run, I think, especially for a beginner or even intermediate. So, just to make this simple, all you really need to do here, jump as soon as possible. And then, if you ledge grab, you can jump over that flame. But you absolutely, if you're going to land on this platform, let go of the control stick, because if you're holding up, Mario's just going to fly off the edge, most likely. He's going to slide. Probably. But if you just let the control stick be neutral, Mario's going to land and not move. You just have to be wary of this fire spitter. You have a lot of speed going to that platform, so I understand some people panic and they don't know what to do, but it really isn't, Also, don't single jump to that platform. Long jump, please. I don't know what I was doing there. I don't know why in the world I would single jump. I got scammed out of that pen chamber. It's a little skip. Jumped up that over that. Alright guys, oh I'm excited, we're getting to the replicas. We're getting there, we're almost there. That's where the run gets really spicy. Alright. I'm sure many of you guys have seen this movement already, just the regular pro movement. Okay, I think this is one of the most important clips of the entire tutorial. So, I think a lot of beginners really struggle with this level. And I think people get deterred from running this game sometimes because of this level. So, I'm going to slow this down a little bit. I'm going to talk through. So far, not bad, right? Just long jump. Just hold up here. Go down the slide. Just do a big jump. Don't worry about it. Just slide flip up here. Now, there's going to be a snippet up here. You probably can get hit by it and be fine, yeah. Just single jump. Take your time. Ideally, you want to bait it before going up. Okay, so I think this section is one of the most difficult sections for beginners specifically. So I try to make this easy. Just long jump here, land on this, single jump here, ledge grab that. You're just kind of going around this tower, taking your time. Again, you're going to single jump up here, or double jump, ledge grab. It looks scary because things are moving in and out, back and forth. Single jump up here, watch the snippet. Really, really, like, in my opinion, very simple, like, maybe some of those jumps are a little tricky, but, again, all you're doing usually is pressing the jump button and holding a direction, that's it. You're not doing anything weird. Intermediate's a little bit faster. Oh wow, that was bad. Yeah, I still did the slow route here. Oh my gosh, I got shot off. Yeah, I just took the slow route. Okay. Alright, this is expert movement. I'm sure many of you guys are familiar with this. We're all very familiar with this movement, but I'll show it. LMAO, TK criticizing his own gameplay. LMAO for the second time in the same message. Thanks, man. Okay, this is another important part of the run in my opinion. So this Bowser fight is a big barrier to entry for people too. People do not like this Bowser fight. I don't blame them. So what I like to do, well, not for beginner, I didn't run into Bowser, but because Bowser spins so fast, your best chance of grabbing Bowser, especially early in the fight, is you want to wait for him to shoot fire, but you want to grab him before he shoots fire, and this is really tough. So I'm doing the Kano cam here with Mario cam to try and line up this throw. This is a perfect lineup right now. I think I missed this. Yeah, so I missed, right? Which sucks. Also, the audio is not muted. There's just no. The only thing in this level is music. So you're gonna run around Bowser again. See how I'm gonna show Bowser was about to shoot fire again? You want to run around Bowser until he's about to shoot fire, then grab him instantly. Now this is a really easy throw. Just kind of throw him at the bomb. He wasn't cosmological. Yeah, I'm just trying to get through this 5-hour long video. Alright, what did I do here? Yeah, he was about to shoot fire, grab his tail. That is the main way to do this fight, at least as a beginner. Now he's gonna do his little temper tantrum. You can grab his tail here. Now you can do a little baby throw. I think I'm gonna do a little baby throw over here. Yep. And now Bowser's gonna spin super slow, so you don't even have to wait for him to shoot fire. 3 for third throw. Really not that bad of a Bowser fight. I just think the first throw specifically is really hard because Bowser's spinning extremely fast. You can't really grab him. And number one, this is Star 120, by the way. Alright, now we're going to watch the intermediate Bowser fight. It's going to must be the same. Okay, so people might be confused if this is an accident or not. I am purposely running into Bowser, and let me explain why. So, the goal is to wait for Bowser to threaten fire so you can grab his tail. By getting hit here, I stay in Bowser's range, I'm still blinking from the hit, so I'm invincible. That way I can instantly grab his tail. Right when he, which is why I take the hit. Instead of just running around him normally. Like, what can happen is if he goes for fire, and I accidentally run into him when I try to grab the tail, then it's just GG, you know? Yeah, this is a good example. If you nail the first throw, it's really good. Because you can easily get the second grab right away. Took a little bounce there, little bump. Yeah, and again, for the third throw, just feel free to inch him closer to the bomb. He can't really do much against you. I had one time where I threw Bowser into a bomb and he bounced off and then fell, and I had to get a 4th hit. It was so dumb. Okay, and then the intermediate movement, just come out of spawn, grab the star, yep. Alright, here's the expert Bowser fight. So, there's one throw. Again, doing the Kano Mario Cam throws. At least the camera. And then I think I do a little limp throw towards the bomb here. The third throw, you can even do a little limp throw and still make it without a second throw needed, so pretty good. Grab the star. Then we head here. Jump over the sun. Very quick, very easy. Alright, now we get to the juicy stuff. Let's go. Now the good stuff. So, 10 stars, or 11, that was star 119, right? I think? I actually don't remember. I think that was star 120. That was 120. Hidden Palace finale. This was the most annoying part of the tutorial to record. Now, as a beginner, unfortunately, you're gonna have to do this level as intended. And yeah, it's gonna be hard. I'm just gonna be real with you. It's gonna be hard. You gotta do some wall kicks. Make sure you wait for this block to be low. Long jump to it. Ledge grab. Wait for the block to be high. Long jump out of it. Now this long jump is probably the hardest part. One of the hardest parts of the star. That double wall kick is really hard. I can't imagine most beginners being able to do that, but if you want to run 130 star, you have to get both the stars in this level, so. Alright, we're going to jump in the pipe, and we're going to keep heading the intended way. So these vines are actually here to show you where to triple jump wall kick from, so. Alright, now this is going to look stupid because I haven't done this in a while. A beginner's probably not backing that up, so that's just dumb. But yeah, you want to wait for this block to be lowering, and then you want to double jump towards it. Now, I kind of screwed up here. I might skip this. I mean, I'm going to show you guys what I did here, but, like, I don't recommend doing this at all. Yeah, that's just not a great way to do that. I mean, if you miss the wall kick, you're not gonna fall off at least. So if you want to do it like that, sure. But yeah. Now we have the intermediate route. And this took me longer than anything else in this level, at least. And I'm about to show you why. So I had to do some research, actually, to some old Super Mario Star Road speedruns that were not mine. I actually don't even remember who I was watching. It might have been Simple Flips or Tomato Bird. But I'm sure you guys are all well aware of the strat that I do, which is wall kick off this pillar, and then wall kick off the wall, and then go up. But there's actually another way to do this. So if you grab this tree and do the stand, you want a slight angle. This is pretty tough. You jump off the tree, and after you wall kick, you kind of want to hold left-ish. And then Mario's going to barely get a wall kick here. Yeah. If you... I'm just showing an alternate way to get up there. If you want to do it like that, that is one way. And then we pretty much get the same mistake. But yeah, this triple jump wall kick I'm about to do, I highly recommend that most people do this. Because being at the distance from here to here is easier to deal with than this. My throat is starting to hurt. But I'm almost done. This is 5.5 hours now. You get a triple jump, wall kick off this. The only problem compared to this pillar is if you miss this, you're dead. So, just be careful. Okay, now we have the expert route. I'm sure most of you are aware of this. This is, I think, the fastest way to get to this level. Triple jump. Hold down Z here. You're supposed to roll out off that slope and save a little more time, but it's fine. Okay. So what I like to do here is, yeah, I can explain this setup real quick. So notice how I have this pillar kind of facing directly towards the camera. That's kind of what I like to do. And then I like to go kind of near the edge of this door and then just pull. I'm pulling straight back towards the camera right now. See, straight down on the input display. Ideally, you want a first frame here, but you don't need one. Because I had a really good setup there, so I didn't need it. That strat's really hard. Now we're going to do everyone's favorite strat. I guess I should explain how this works. Oops. Okay. Here's how the pipe triple jump works. This white dot here, I can show a little better here. This is where I'm trying to stand. If I go any further back, I'm going to get pushed out because of the collision, because this game is dog shit. So, I make sure I'm standing here. I jump. I'm trying to triple jump off of this general part of the pipe. Right? Now, it's hard to tell, but there's a wall here that separates two different walls. This wall is going this way, and this wall is more going this way. There's some weird collision here. You want to wall kick to the left of this wall. If you wall kick to the right of this wall, you're going to get pushed way out. You guys may have seen it happen to me in runs before. As you can see, I wall kick to the left of this line where the wall changes. And you can look at my control stick. I'm holding up left, and then I ledge grab. Very, very hard strat, though. Now we get to my favorite strat in the entire video. Here we go, baby. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? It's happening. Okay. So, I sat there racking my brain thinking, how can I make this star easier? Everyone complains how this star is impossible. Because the camera's dog shit, right? The camera's absolute dog shit. You go in Mario Cam, you go in Lakitu Cam, you're trying to fly using the Lakitu, or the fly guy all the way down. It's just dog shit. But I have a solution. I figured out a solution. And it's a little thing called fixed camera. And I'm very, very happy with the result of the star. So what we're going to do is lure the fly guy. Switch to the fixed camera. For those who don't know what fixed camera is, if you hold the R button, you'll see it on the input display, the camera will stop moving. Okay? So I'm going to bounce. Alright, now our goal is to get this replica on this mushroom here. So what we're going to do is kind of, well, we call, in Rocket League we say feathering boost. When you're like feathering, you're pressing a button. What we're going to do to make sure the camera stays level, it doesn't go under Mario, is we're going to keep spamming the R button so the camera is slowly getting closer to Mario here, and we get a full view of the star. I want you to notice every time that I let go of the fixed camera, watch what the camera does. Pay attention. You see how it's zooming into Mario? What it's trying to do is Lakitu's trying to go right under Mario and completely screw you over. So you want to keep holding down the fixed camera. And it makes the star a lot easier. I'm sure I'm not the first person to think of this. I think Dakich did mention this in DMs too, just a few hours ago, so I'm sure other people have thought of that. This just does the same thing, but using the movement up here a little faster. But yeah, I think this is really, really cool. Oh, Matt's vlog is watching, man. Same thing. This time I'm not feathering as much. Just showing that you really don't need to feather it that much. Now, that doesn't mean that star is easy. It's still going to be difficult, so. Okay, now for this strat. Now, this is the hardest strat in the entire game, in my opinion. So you triple jump up here, just like the very first star on the run, just like red coins, right? So, the reason I'm ledge grabbing here is to get a perfect lineup, right? I'm going to run up, go back. Alright, so we're trying to side flip, wall kick off this. We would like a second frame wall kick here. Now, it's kind of hard to tell, but there is a slope here you can land on. You need a really good wall kick. You need to hold a good angle. Like, you need to hold not too far left, not too far up, a perfect up left. And look how little space I have to jump. I'm even gonna go frame by frame here. I let Mario slide for a couple frames and then I jump, because you can't jump right away. You have to let Mario slide, or else it doesn't work. So yeah, I recommend nobody to do this strat. Just do the fixed camera the fixed camera fly guy thing. This is way too hard. Just show it all at once. Very difficult. Another way you could do this, by the way, is you actually can triple jump, and then instead of diving, you can wall kick, and then instantly ledge grab and set this up immediately. But even I have been avoiding doing that, because if you get a firstie or you have a bad triple jump, bad distance, you're gonna fall. So, okay. Vanish Cap. As a beginner, just gonna set up a triple jump here. Pretty straightforward. And you guys backflip up here. I think I tried to side flip, but it didn't work, so just backflip. Pretty simple. Intermediate. We're just gonna side flip, jump dive, backflip again, and then for expert, we're gonna do everything the same, but just do a side flip, jump dive here, really fast. So side flip and then jump dive to get up there. This is the other strat that I'm really proud of that I came up with. So this is gonna look insane, okay? But you hear me out, okay? Everyone complains about how hard this replica is, but I think I found a way to do it easily. So the plan here, for beginners, you're going to make your way over to these boxes, okay? I'm just making sure these bats don't disturb me, so I'm just getting the bats out. That's all I'm doing. Alright, you're going to switch the fixed Lakitu cam here. Now, you want to make sure Mario does not change angles. So you want to ledge grab the box, and then jump. And you want the camera to be like, this is pretty good. Now we're going to hold fixed camera. And literally, if you look at input display, all I'm doing is holding left and right. That's it. Left, right, left, right, left, right, and we're up. That looks insane, but I promise you that is really easy. It is insanely easy. All you're doing is holding right, left, right, left, right, left. You're not doing anything else. So you hold fixed cam, you're just doing left, right, left, right, left, right. Very easy. And just keep pressing A until you don't get a wall kick. So yeah, like even you noobs in chat can do this star, believe it or not. It's very easy. So make sure you get a little running start. It's a bit of a long gap. Now, for those who haven't seen, we're going to compare it against what you would normally do for the star. And Masslog was complaining about this earlier, how hard this is. Because watch the camera here. The camera is flipping back and forth. And look at my control stick. I want you to pay attention to the control stick in the bottom left corner. Look at the control stick. It's flopping all over the place. You're having to make these tiny little micro adjustments every time the camera flips. And, you know, it's just not fun. This is not fun. So, yeah. It's not fun at all. So I'm really, really happy with the outcome of that, though. Again, this is the same thing. I just got more firsties on expert. Get up there a little faster. And then I timed this wall. I made sure that to be the last wall kick so I can get over here fast. Skip the ledge grub. Very fast. Okay. So time for kind of a meme. So we're going to go to Metal Cap, right? And I have 3 difficulty levels for the Metal Cap Replica just because I wanted to show how to back stuff up. So assuming you're a beginner, you're going to screw this up a lot. I wanted to show beginners how it's not that hard to be able to get back up. So jump kicking here is easy. It's jump kicking on this slope that's really hard, right? So what you want to do, and I don't really show it that well in this star, but like if you touch that back wall, you're basically home free to jump and then wall kick up into the star. Now for intermediate, there's one thing I want to point out in particular. As long as you land close to this edge, if you just jump back, then you're gonna get enough height. Okay, I'm gonna do this frame by frame. So I land here, and I'm pretty far away from the edge, like decently far away. I land here, I jump kick. I'm not at all far up the slope right now, but you can still make that wall kick. So backing up the star is not that bad, and then this is just the normal movement. So yeah, not bad at all, not bad at all. Again, to remind you guys, Chuckya Harbor, Metal Cap is in Chuckya Harbor, so. I think this is another star that's really difficult for beginners, so. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really have a good setup for beginners here. What am I doing? Yeah, okay, I realized I was doing the wrong thing. Yeah, I mean, good luck. That's all I have to say. Good luck, guys, if you're gonna try and do this shit. This is so hard. Basically, what you're doing here, you want to get this at the height of your triple jump, right? Ideally, get a firstie. If not, it's fine. And then you want to hold left before you hit the ceiling. And then hold right as soon as you leave the ceiling. So, yeah, good luck. It's not easy. I wish there was an easier way, but there's really not. I like this method a little bit more because I lined up my angle and then I have my angle permanently despite this camera angle. Like Mario's angle's set, so that's good. Now expert. Pretty fast. I think that's very hard though. But yeah, again, alright, now we go down to Bowser 2. And we typically use the shell to reach Bowser 2, by the way. Again, we're doing this movement again. We saw it earlier in the tutorial. You can go back and watch it if you want. I'm messing up. We have the stars right here. You just lava bounce into it. Same movement for these stars. And reminder, you wanna, yes, you do wanna save and quit after this level. It's the fastest way to get the Cloudrail Station, to get the wing cap. And then you can cry and make a joke that you saved and quit like I do every run. Now we're in wing cap. Same movement to get to the cannon. But the difference with this cannon shot, you want to hold down to go all the way up. Oh wait, no. What am I doing? Oh, okay, it's beginner. Because it's beginner, just focus on getting on this ship. Because getting onto the... Yeah. Get to the ship and get the second metal cap, or the wing cap, just in case. And then fly over here. It's much easier. Because if you're a beginner, you might make some mistakes. You want to make sure you don't run out of wing cap in a weird spot. apply to that. Alright, same thing for intermediate, except what we're gonna do is go all the way up, shoot. You're gonna notice we're about equal height with this. We're gonna do the dip, back up there. Same movement, triple jump dive, up there. Alright, now expert. Same thing. I'll show the ending of the star again. Triple jump dive. I like to do lacto cam here so it doesn't zoom in, so I can see Mario's shadow. When you see Mario's shadow, I like to look at Mario's shadow to know when I need the ground pound. Alright, and I got a little more castle movement here. 2 stars left, guys. 2 stars. Just because we didn't really have this movement in the run at all, so. They're showing if you're a beginner, you can take your time. Ground pounding is your best friend to take out some enemies, you know. And now we've got this level. We're gonna do the same movement to get past these flames. Just take your time. It gets super steep. You can see how long I'm taking just to take my time here. You're gonna go up on the side. Just hold straight left, and you're there. Oh, guys, 2 more minutes. Oh my goodness. I'm dying. I'm dying. At least it'll finally be done. I just have to make timestamps and then include how I forgot to include one clip of Bob-Omb Battle Factory. Alright, same thing, same long jump. Alright, pro movement's gonna be really fast. The only faster way to get through this overworld is the star BLJ from my 0-star speedrun. But don't do that because it's very inconsistent. It saves like a second or 2. So very fast. No more Bowser 3 movement. Fun fact. The only levels we enter 3 times in this run... Well, actually, we enter Bowser 2 3 times. Like, the slide we enter 3 times. Three different occasions. So yeah, I cheated a little bit and just didn't feel like redoing the movement for this, so I just made save states at the end of the paths, so... And now for my favorite part of the entire video. It's just the same movement, except you're getting a different star. This is my favorite part of the entire video. You guys ready for this? Wow, what pro gameplay that was. Yeah, I accidentally talked to Yoshi. I said, fuck it, I'm done, dude. I've been recording for like 10 hours, I'm done. I'm done. And I just left it in. So yeah, that's it. That's the video. Woo! Oh my god. Oh, that was so tiring, but I'm so happy that's done. Oh, the last week has just been insane with this, but I finally did it, dude. I'm so... Thank you, Dakage. But we're not done! We're not done. Hold on. Hold on. There's more. There's more. Okay, so one of the biggest questions I've gotten is... Stream, man, I don't know what routes to do. Well, I have the answer for you. Alright, this might be a little difficult to see, but this is the 130-star world record route. Just for the sake of the video, I'm going to show the routes here. This is the route that I use for my 130-star speedrun. Okay, I've even got, like, Gloomy Garden plus Vanish Cap, Toad plus BOI. I've got the Toad stars, I've got MIPS included, I've got all the caps and what levels they're in. So, I only have one other 130-star run I've thought of, and that's getting Wing Cap before Mad Musical Mess, which means the only difference is we skip Mad Musical Mess after Key 1, and we don't go to Mad Musical Mess until after Cloudrail. Well, because we get Wing Cap here, we get Wing Cap Reds, we unlock the Wing Cap, do Cloudrail, do CCCandy, we go back down to the first 4 in the castle, and do Mad Musical Mess, we use the Wing Cap for the Guitar Star. For those of you that hate the Guitar Star, this is a very viable 130-star route. Now, I want to say in general, I've got some notes down here for everybody. You might be thinking, there's 1 star in Piranha Plant Pond I would like the Metal Cap for, or there's that 1 star in Bob-Omb Islands I want the Vanish Cap for. Well, all you need to know is you need 8 stars for Chuckya Harbor and Gloomy Garden, right? This is kind of, I'm giving you the tools to make your own routes right here. Like, this is all the information you need to know. Like, I'm gonna give you some routes, but you can come up with routes yourself too. So you need 8 stars to access Chuckya Harbor and Gloomy Garden. You need 20 stars to access Bowser 1. You need 40 stars to access Bowser 2, and of course you need 80 stars for Bowser 3, right? So the Metal Cap is in Chuckya Harbor, which is an Overworld 1. The Vanish Cap is in Gloomy Garden, which is an Overworld 1. And the Wing Cap is in Cloudrail Station, which is an Overworld, I guess technically we call it Overworld 3. But the thing is, you can route the game however you want. As long as you can meet these star requirements to get into these levels, you can route the game however you want, right? But I have some 80 star routes, for examples. Well, I mean, for like another 130 star route, for example, you could do Chuckya Harbor before Piranha Plant Pond to get the Metal Cap, and then go into Piranha Plant Pond. You're going to lose time to overworld movement, but like if you're a beginner, it's not going to matter that much anyways. Now, here's the thing. I have provided some routes, but the thing is, the stars that you replace some star, like for example, there are some really hard stars in 80 star people don't like the really short stars in Cloudrail, and Mad Musical Mess Reds, Hundreds, and the Guitar Star. So I provided some stars that you could potentially replace it with. The Koopa Race and Koopa Canyon, but you have to reset an Overworld 1 at some point to get the Koopa to not crash. And you must do Koopa Race to get the Pyramid Star, Star 3 in Koopa Canyon. So you can get both of these stars in the 80 star run if you want. Slide Reds you can do an 80 star, not that long of a star. You could do the super long Cloudrail Star on the elevator if you want. Whatever you're comfortable with. Whatever you want. It's your speedrun, man. Like I said, these runs are just meant as a template. Feel free to be creative and make your own routes. But I'm going to provide a good amount of 80 star routes because this is the most easy and popular category to run, other than maybe 20 star. But yeah, I highly recommend playing on version 1.01 for all categories. This is the best version. Some people like the deluxe edition camera, but I recommend this version. But yeah, the only exception is to use 1.0 if you're going for 20 star record, and that's it. Because of the Gloomy Garden door cutscene. So here's some routes. I'm just going to scroll through them. This is my route I used in my PB. Yeah. So I'm just going to, you know, there's not much to say other than you only get 5 stars in Fatal Flame Falls because we're doing the frame walk and you skip reds and hundreds. Again, the main thing with these 80 star runs is you want to make sure, let's say you rearrange some levels, you have to have 20 stars to get into Bowser 1. The 80 star route with no frame walk, so you're doing FFF reds and 100s, but you're skipping King Bob-Omb and the Penguin Star. So we're getting 1 less star in Bob-Omb Islands, we're getting 1 less star in Melting Snow Peaks, and we're getting 2 extra stars in Fatal Flame Falls, all 7. Alright, there's another route you could do. Another route you could do is this one, where you do King Bob-Omb and the Penguin Star, you skip Mad Musical Mess Hundreds and Reds, which I think a lot of people would like this route. People do not like the star. I don't like the star. So you only get 5 stars in Mad Musical Mess, but you do have to get the Guitar Star, unfortunately. But yeah, so you're getting King Bob-Omb in this level, you're getting the Penguin in this level, and Melting Snow Peaks. 80 star intermediate route. Let's see, how is this different? Oh, you're doing Bob-Omb Islands first, and then Gloomy Garden, and then MIPS and Piranha Plant Pond. Just to get Gloomy Garden out of the way earlier. You don't have to do Piranha Plant Pond right away. Let's see. 80 star beginner route. I think this is the last route I have provided for you guys. I think this is going to be the most important route. So, if you're an absolute beginner, I think it's most important you skip Reds and Hundreds of Mad Musical Mess, you skip the Guitar Star, and you add the Koopa Race and Koopa Canyon, and possibly you add, like, the Pyramid Star in Koopa Canyon. Maybe get rid of one of these Cloudrail Stars. So yeah, the only main thing is you're only getting 4 stars in Mad Musical Mess, and you're getting an extra star in Koopa Canyon. Maybe 2 extra stars. You get rid of maybe one of the stars here, because this stage is really hard. But yeah, that's it. That's it. I feel like that's it. So, oh my god. I know I've talked about this a lot, but it's been an exhausting week. If you have any more questions in the future about route saving, anyone, feel free to reach out to me. Or Dakage. I know Dakage would love to help too. It has been many, many hours of investment, 350 something clips, so many hours of editing and exporting. Oh, it's been such a headache, but I'm happy for it to be over. I think one of the biggest reasons I did this was because a lot of people have reached out to me saying like they want to learn how to run Star Road, but they need help. And I've always been like, don't worry, I'm going to make a tutorial at some point. And I said that like 3 years ago to Simply. I was like, just wait till I make a tutorial, and then you have like a reference to go off of how to learn the game. And then I was always too lazy to do it. But I'm very proud that I finally did it. So hopefully we can get people like Simply and Cheese hopefully running the game again. Maybe some other runners, some other regular Mario runners, maybe some ROM hack runners like Andrew that don't run this game. That'd be cool. So yeah. And I think most importantly, getting new beginner runners to run this game that have been intimidated by it before. Now that we have like a big video showing a bunch of beginner strats, I think is really, really good for the future of speedrunning this game. So I don't have much left to say, guys, but thank you for watching. Yeah, this is the end of the video at least. I'm going to stop recording now, but like I said, we're going to have this video on my YouTube, and then I'm going to have like this stream that I just recorded on YouTube, and we're gonna have the raw tutorial footage on YouTube as well. So if I forgot anything, I don't care at this point because I'm exhausted. So yeah, thanks for watching, YouTube viewers, and good luck on your Star Road speedruns.